No mai, haere mai, ki tēnei hui. Stand for the karakia, please. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi ake ana te ata kura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. So we'll move on to apologies. We have apologies from Councillor Wolfe and from Liz Kelly. Any others? Yeah, I can see that you're here, so you're not sorry anymore, Councillor Fern. All right. Do I have a seconder for those? Deputy Mayor Free. And we will put the motion. And that is carried unanimously. Are there any conflict of interest declarations? No, there aren't any. So now we'll move on to the minutes, and we will approve the minutes of the Pūroro Maherehere meeting on 25th of May, having been circulated, and they will be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Day.
Apologies, Chair, I'm declaring a conflict of interest just in the matter of the encroachments, but I don't quite know how separately that's going to be. So,
okay, so we'll go back and note that. Thank you.
Yeah. We're all ratepayers anyway, so we're not all.
But I have had some advice that because I declared a conflict the first time,
okay,
I need to keep that consistent.
Okay. And we will vote on the minutes. Thank you. That is carried unanimously. There are no items not on the agenda, and we have one lovely public participant. So Mike Mellor is back with us today to talk about encroachments. Yes, I have ruled that he is allowed to because we have a different proposal. And also I didn't have a lot of requests, so. and it was the Mike Mellor rule.
Thank you for that introduction, Madam Chair. Allow me to give you a sneak preview of a letter that I hope will be in tomorrow's Dominion Post. The item on Wellington City Council encroachment fees, May the 31st, i.e. yesterday, rightly points out that the rather arbitrary doubling of fees would be unfair, but the current low level of fees has not been properly reviewed for 11 years and nowhere near reflects the value of the public land being occupied. This means that the rates paid by 80,000 households are subsidising cheap rents for 5,000 encroachment holders, with those using high-value land getting the most benefit. A much greater unfairness affecting many more people. Not only is this inequitable, but this poor management of public land is costing WCC, i.e. ratepayers, several $1 million a year in subsidies that could otherwise be used to reduce pressure on rates. And just thinking of that this morning, you know, on a day when the streets are flooded, as they have been this morning, is it a good idea to be spending money on subsidising people who tend to be better off? Back to the letter. It is, and also it's contrary to the encroachments policy that WCC adopted in 2011, but has yet to implement fully. The revised proposal is a small step in the right direction, but for fairness to all ratepayers, WCC needs to follow its own policy. And that last paragraph is obviously addressed at you. You have a policy in place, but it's barely referred to in the recommendations today. While it is progress, there are issues there which you say you will do. You have been saying you will do for the last 11 years, and you haven't done. Is that a way for encouraging public trust in the organisation? And that this is not the only example. I previously brought to your attention other examples where you haven't been following policy, just ignoring it. So, as a BBC radio host used to say, you have been, thank you for listening to me.
Do we have any questions of Mike? I guess I've got one. Do you think that the proposal that's in this paper is an improvement on the original proposal, and if so, why?
It's an improvement, and there are lots of things saying you'll look at this, that, and the other, but it's reasonably woolly, and it's still arbitrary. It sort of sends an alarm signal when you're doing something like a 100% increase. You think, well, what's the justification for that? Or a third increase. What's the justification for that? Increases are 3.7 or 22.5 or something like that. That round figure sends the message that you're not really sure what it's about.
Mayor Foster.
Thanks, Mike, and always good to see you. A question I've got is about specific encroachments. It's about the balconies, and where you have a situation where you have multiple balconies, all one up over another, 10 stories or whatever it might be. Whether you think, what is the loss effectively to the public of having those balconies up there? And the other part of that is, what do you do with balconies where they're also verandas, i.e. they're providing shelter for the public to walk along the streets?
Well,
any thoughts?
That's beyond my competence, really. I'm talking about residential encroachments largely. Commercial ones are a more difficult question.
Well, I was thinking of residential in the central city.
Yeah. And no, I'll have to pass on that one.
Okay, right, thank you.
Councillor Pannett.
Thank you for the point about subsidising people. Look, I've just asked the Chair to put in a few little words about linking it to other policies around like parking, housing. How do you think that could be practically implemented so we had better outcomes on sustainable transport and actually even some more houses?
Well, the parking policy is another policy that hasn't been properly implemented, but certainly there are significant links to that. And one of the justifications for encroachments is getting cars off the road, which it does, which means the roads are available for other purposes. One of those purposes generally not being parking, because if you've got an access under encroachment, that takes up a parking space. But it does free up the roads for other purposes, and I do agree with that. And I think there are, anything you do with the encroachment policy can't be absolutely black and white. It has to be some shades of grey. There had to be transitions in there. There have to take account of the public benefit. And there is public benefit, people who do look after encroachments, but I suggest that the public benefit is largely outweighed by the private benefit for most encroachments.
All right. Well, we're out of time. Thank you, Mike. You always kind of tell us off in a way that we feel that we haven't been told off. So, job well done. Thank you. Now, councillors, so there is a suggestion that we incorporate all of the amendments into the substantive and then vote on them individually to sort of slow things down rather than having debate on every single amendment and to speed things up. It's an aim today to slow this meeting down, so no, it really isn't. So what we'll do is we will do the town hall paper, then we will take an adjournment, and councillors, it's your responsibility for any amendments you have that the wording be with DEM services, and we have it all in one place over the morning tea break. Is that good? Everybody happy? Councillor Pannett.
First of all, happy birthday, Chair. And secondly, I was just a bit frustrated that I can't vote against the parking decision. Is it in any way possible to put that in so at least we can have a vote on it? Or do I just object to it? I just don't want anyone saying that I supported it.
I think if you say that, it's a matter of record if you say it anyway.
Right.
I think that's good enough.
Okay. Generally, I
don't think anybody's going to die wondering what you think about parking.
It's on your computer.
All right.
Thank you.
So we will move on to the town hall. So I'd like to welcome Siobhan Proctor and Danny McComb to introduce the report.
Morena, councillors. So this report basically outlines all of the content that you were given in the presentation last Thursday, where we are asking for an increase in the town hall budget of 37 million up to 182 million, and note that the time frame has also extended out from what was May 2023 to September 2024. And as indicated in the paper, this doesn't impact the annual plan. The budget will be moved into the 23-24 year. Danny's online. We did cover a lot of material last Thursday, so I wasn't going to do too an extensive introduction, but happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? There probably won't be, because we had such an in-depth briefing. We've had quite a lot of information. So we'd like to thank officers for all of that. I think we go into this decision. Yes, you can.
Just the one question which came up from the paper, Siobhan, which I hadn't thought of before, which was with a lot of the contingencies, we've now sort of amalgamated them into an overall budget, which was something I was very keen that we did, so that individual project owners didn't go, well, I can just use my contingency. So that's good. How's that actually panned out in terms of the ability to be able to hold some back from some projects and actually not use some from some projects, that you could then potentially use it for other projects, which, like this one, which need it?
So you're talking about the centralised contingency?
Yeah. Yes.
So we're not centralising.
It refers to centralising.
Oh, yes, so sorry, this is that odd accounting thing. Yeah, we'll
Yes.
ask Deirdre to answer
Yes.
that question.
Yes, sorry, I've just run up the stairs.
Well done.
We, during the LTP, we did look at that centralised contingency and looked to allow for a centralised contingency. We didn't know at that point in time how much we would need across all of the different projects, so we set that at the 10.3. It's very hard, as you saw through the town hall process last year with the carry forwards. We then have to come back to you for every project and ask to release that contingency. So by releasing this full amount of that contingency into the town hall project, we're kind of undoing that idea.
Yeah, but you're taking that contingency effectively from a range of different projects to do that?
We didn't, no.
Not quite, okay.
We didn't. We did it. We reduced the overall contingency, acknowledging that we needed some of that for the town hall, but we didn't actually take money out of any of the other capital projects.
That's kind of useful. I think that's kind of useful. I'll follow that one up for you later.
Can I just add to that, Mayor Foster, that in a different environment, it's a really good idea to manage contingency at a more effective level. In today's environment, when all of these projects are seeing probably significant strain, it's not going to be efficient or effective.
Any other questions, councillors? No? Beautiful. Thank you. I'd now like to pass over to the Mayor, who's going to move this paper, and Councillor Pannett is going to second.
Well, thank you. I'm pleased to, well, I'm sort of pleased to move the paper. I mean, nobody really likes the idea of having a very large extra sum attached to any project, but I did want to, and I'll come to a number of different myths that people have around this particular project and try and disabuse people of those kind of things. The cost overrun in the Town Hall project has been signalled for some time. It was signalled explicitly in some of the major project reports that we had, I think, 2 or 3 months ago, and actually I was quite surprised that the media didn't pick up on it at that point in time, and only when we actually finally said, look, here's the full information. But also, if you look back, and I did actually look back because I was trying to find some of the history at the papers in 2017 and 2019, and it was then very, very clear there was, this is it's a high-risk project. We knew it was a high-risk project, and that there were potentially upside pressures. And of course, both of those papers were before this little thing called COVID turned up, which had a significant impact on the project. I've tried as best as I can to find out because one of the things we get berated for is that the cost of the project was $34 million or thereabouts back in 2013, and try to find out, where did that kind of number come from? And it would be fair to say there wasn't a lot of knowledge or a lot of science that appears to have been behind that. And certainly there wasn't a lot of knowledge about what sat underneath the building or the condition of the building itself. And those are the two critical things there. Speaking to the project manager, he said that, all they were able to do, because of course with a building, you've got a heritage building built on reclaimed land, and you're having to go down underneath the sea, and so you've got a whole range of different really, really high risks in the construction of the building. And what he said is that before doing the building, all they were able to do is to do about 5 boreholes of about 100 mils apiece, and that only gave them a little bit of a snapshot of what might lie underneath. And of course, you only get to know what lies underneath when you actually start doing the work and actually start drilling holes in it and digging holes in it. And some people would say, well, why wasn't all that put on the contractor? Well, the reality was that if any contractor had come to that, they would have gone for a massive contingency themselves. They would have priced every possible risk they possibly could have done. And if they got it wrong, they probably have ended up like Armstrong Downs did, i.e. going belly up, and then you'd have to find a new contractor to do what in this case isn't a simple job, but a very, very complicated job with all the delays that might have incurred. I've seen myths around the town hall not being earthquake prone. It was declared earthquake prone in 2009, and because it's a significant place of public gathering, it would have been closed, lock, stock and barrel, end of story, 2019. That yellow sticker would have turned red. In fact, anybody who'd been in the MOB would have seen the yellow stickers on the corridors leading into the town hall. So it was absolutely, definitely declared earthquake prone. The second myth around earthquake prone status is that the town hall has survived major earthquakes in the past. Yes, it has, but not without damage. And of course, after the Napier earthquakes, the then City Council decided that it needed to remove parts of the building. After the 1942 Wairarapa quakes, there was actually damage done to the building, and further parts, a lot of the enhancements around the top of the building were also had to be removed as well. And actually, it's interesting, when you go into the building, you actually do see there is evidence of some damage, cracks and things of that nature too in the building. But what's very, very clear is that the building did need strengthening. And the other thing is that I would say is that the message that we very, very clearly got, the work that was done in the 1980s and 1990s, when you go in there, and I've had the privilege of going in a number of times, was rudimentary at best. It was only at the top part of the building, nothing underground, and very, very limited. And so you cannot say the building was strengthened at that time, and certainly not strengthened in a way which got it to current earthquake codes. Then you look at the work that's needed to be done, it is quite remarkable. And the paper here, I think, really, really sums that up. You go in there, I can remember going in the first time, and we were in the eyelet chamber, and saying, and they were pouring the concrete, reinforced concrete of the base, and I said, oh, look, how many pours is it going to take? And they said, oh, about 8 or 9. I thought, 8 or 9 across the building? Yeah, that's I could understand that. No, 8 or 9 for this room. And I thought, hell, there's an enormous amount of concrete, there's an enormous amount of steel in there, and effectively the building will be, you've got piles into the ground, you've got then concrete, reinforced concrete, then you've got base isolators, 160 odd base isolators, 148 I think it is base isolators, then you've got big concrete beams on top of those. The whole building, those concrete beams go into the walls, and the whole building is actually going to be resting on those concrete beams. It's actually cut away from the ground around it, so it's literally isolated from the ground. And then the whole building has to be strengthened itself, tied together, so when the whole thing moves, it doesn't fall apart. And while you're building it, while you're doing all the strengthening, you've got to make sure that you keep people safe. So all the things that were holding the building up before have got to be held together. So I think, in short, councillors, this is an incredibly complicated job, one of the most complicated jobs probably in New Zealand. Certainly those people who are working on it see it as a career highlight because of its complexities, and it is a very risky, very, very risky project. Is this the end of the story? I hope it is. I hope this is sufficient provision. to get us through the rest of the project. You can see, though, that when it was tendered at 112 plus a few other bits. There was another basically 9 million odd for the MOB and our own internal project costs. And then the contingency which we put on, which we've now made clear, which took us to 145. So the comparison is not between 34 and 182. The comparison is between 145. And in fact, even then, there was a suggestion that the contingency should have been higher, and 182. And the impact on COVID can't be underestimated. And the paper makes that quite clear, that there is something like 6 months of time lost, and that is cost as well. The cost of steel's gone up. The amount of scaffolding which is in the building is just incredible. It feels like there shouldn't be any other scaffolding left in the country with the amount that's in there. And so the cost of those kind of things is huge as well. And I think the officers have detailed very, very clearly all the extra costs which have hit this project. And the final thing I just wanted to say is two things. One is that we are not alone in being hit with this. I think pretty well every major project around the country is being hit with increased costs and time. I think most people who are doing even home renovations are seeing the ability to get materials, to get builders, to get people, tradies to do the work is more and more challenging. And the final thing I'd say is that, as I said, the work that was done in the 1980s was not done to the standard which it really needed to be done, probably because they didn't know any better at the time, but they didn't do anything underground at all. But the message that we got in spades from our community when it came to Te Matapihi, the Central Library, was, for crying out loud, do it properly. More than 80% of people said, we want that done properly, we want a building that's going to survive an earthquake and be able to be used again by the community afterwards, and that is what this project is about. Restoring a much-loved building to be used as a centre of arts and culture for our city. I think having Victoria University and the NZSO in that building will be absolutely fantastic for the city, as a city of culture, and for Tanako Civic Square. And that is what we're doing, making this investment for a heritage building and a fantastic outcome later on. It's a lot more money, but it's the money that, unfortunately, that we have to spend because of the conditions that we're in and because of the COVID situation. I'm pleased to move.
Councillor Pannett.
I'll reserve my right. Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak? You might, Deputy Mayor Free.
Yes, I do wish to speak. So when I came onto council in 2013, this was the hot issue. This was the issue that everybody was saying, we want our town hall fixed. It is an incredibly special building. I don't think any council would have been, it would easily have made the decision to have demolished it. And in fact, if we demolished it, we still would have had all those costs associated with demolition and costs of rebuilding something else. It is an incredibly beautiful building and a special building with amazing acoustic qualities. We're going to be seeing it used more than ever. It will be part of that music school complex. I think it's easy to say that we feel regretful about an increase in price, but the fact is, nice things cost money, and fixing things to standard that modern city demands costs money. And the alternative, I think, just wouldn't have been palatable. The alternative to demolish or mothball, and we've seen with the Gordon Wilson Flats, the example of a heritage building that if you actually do not seize the opportunity and decide to fix it, you end up with a building that's sitting there languishing and indefinitely boarded up and unusable, and that's actually not what we want for our city either. So I think we do need to look to the future here and be positive and confident that what the money we're spending is going to be worth it. All the time that we are strengthening these buildings, the technology is improving and more is being learned. And I'm very, very glad that we've gone to the max and to have strengthened this in a way that we know is going to be, can't really be bettered. And the learnings that come out of this will be of use to not just us in Wellington, but in New Zealand and even internationally. So it appears to me quite clear that there's actually no other option, which is not to say that we don't care about managing this project tightly and making sure that the money's being used in the way that it should be. But when you go in there and see the scale of the scaffolding, the scale of the steel that's being used, and the quantities of concrete and other materials that are going in there, it's probably not surprising it is quite expensive. in regard to COVID, it's easy to see how one delay somewhere could have interrupted an enormous workforce of, probably literally hundreds of people that are working there. Somebody said to me, you only have to have your crane driver sick with COVID and all of a sudden the whole teams can't work. So it's a very, very complex project. However, the news that it will be open in September 2024, I'm really focusing on that and looking forward to it. I think it will be something that the whole city will be celebrating once we have it back.
Councillor Young.
Well, we always knew this was going to be a hideously expensive project, and I suspect there's still more to come. But one of the things I've heard around town this week is that we should have just kept the facade and rebuilt the interior, which completely misses the point. The magic point of the town hall is its auditorium. It's got a double cube construction, which is the classic design for great acoustics, and in fact, it has some of the finest acoustics in the world. So, as good as the best in Europe. So concert halls are one of the trickiest construction projects, and history is full of acoustic failings and construction issues. So I want to just give you a few examples. 3 of London's biggest concert venues, the Royal Albert Hall, the Royal Festival Hall and the Barbican Centre, have all been plagued by acoustic problems that have required huge investment to improve. In Paris, the Philharmonie de Paris concert hall cost New Zealand 388 million over budget. Correcting the dry acoustics in the Festival Hall in London cost almost 175 million New Zealand dollars. And overhauling the 2 main venues in Sydney's Opera House is estimated to cost as much as $1.2 billion. So yes, the figures for the town hall are gobsmacking. The acoustics are fantastic. I think most of you know that I have a personal attachment to it because it's where I had my debutante ball, one of the last debutantes in Wellington, I suspect. But we also have to bear in mind the lessons from this because the Central Library is also on the foreshore, and we also have to remember we will not be able to save every single building in Wellington. There will come a time when we have to do the equivalent of Sophie's Choice. But I will be absolutely supporting this, and I'd like to thank all the officers who are involved in this incredibly complex and expensive project.
Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, just very briefly, I wanted to also express my support for this and acknowledge the work that officers and contractors have done on it. We were always told that it was a complex and difficult project, so it's not that surprising to see that play out in reality. I too love the town hall. I went to amazing concerts there, stop work meetings. We even had a massive strike where all the workers came to the town hall. So I, like Councillor Young, have great but different memories of the town hall. I do think this does raise an issue about Wellington having an honest conversation about what heritage we save and what heritage stays in the past, though. We can't keep upgrading and saving every heritage building. And this decision was made before we knew the full extent of earthquake strengthening work needed around our city. And I think had we made the decision with the full knowledge of that, it could well have been different. So I'm happy to support this, but I'm certainly not one who's going to support saving every heritage building around Wellington because we simply can't afford to do so.
I think now that you've mentioned the word heritage, Councillor Pennant will want to speak as a seconder after you. But I just want to note, we have had a request, even though we don't have official speaking limits, that we have the clock up, and I think that's a really good guideline for everybody, so thank you, Councillor O'Neill, for that. And I'm sorry, Councillor Pennant, it's not a direct to the fact that you're about to speak.
And I'm going to be very brief. I do just want to acknowledge that it is an enormous amount of money and that I think the officers have done a good job of explaining why the cost has gone up so much, because people want to understand a $37 million blowout, I think, for very understandable reasons. And of course, our former chief executive warned us that this would happen. We did know it was probably going to go up, and I agree with Councillor Young that we probably haven't seen the last of the cost increases as well. So we'll just have to steel ourselves for that. But look, at the time we made the decision, there was no way we were going to demolish the building, just like the library. It would have been challenged immediately, and the acoustics are, of course, worthwhile saving. I just want to make 2 points. Councillor Fitzsimons, we did know about earthquake strengthening costs back in 2013, I'm afraid. It was very apparent that the costs all over the city, like particularly for apartment owners, were up. It's just that not everyone has wanted to listen to that and understand how difficult it is. And I think the point about saving heritage, actually we've lost lots of heritage. Erskine is one that still grates with me. That was a appalling decision. And so we know that we lost a lot previously and that we still have to fight to save some of it. I just don't think that we're not going to have many more public buildings which require such a large investment. And it is the green thing to do to save buildings. I want to refurbish Gordon Wilson Flats. I think it's excellent accommodation. And I just finally want to acknowledge that, look, this is a very Pākehā building, and I hope with the reshaping of Te Ngākau that we will have a more bicultural approach going into the future. I believe there is a place for European heritage, but obviously we need a complete story to be told about our city, and we need to recognise our Te Tiriti obligations. And so we're going to have lots of exciting opportunities to do that, and I would be more than happy to spend $200 million on saving Māori heritage as well, if need be, and that may well be the case once we're a bit further down the track, because there has to be equity. Kia ora.
Councillor Day.
Oh, well, I don't get quite so excited about the town hall. I do like, there are some really lovely buildings in this country, but for me, the town hall does symbolise some quite significant harm for mana whenua here. Many decisions were made in that chamber that have caused direct harm for mana whenua. I do, however, support this because I know that the partnership that we have based around the town hall is important, and it's important for the young people of the city and for the culture of the city. But the town hall as a representation of our civic history is a painful one, and I think we need to explore how we acknowledge that and how we interact with that. And I just would like to acknowledge too that it's all very well to say that we want to acknowledge Māori heritage, but in Te Whanganui-a-Tara it was pretty much widely destroyed, so it's hard to say that we want to do that in uplifting what we would say is colonial heritage. So I just do caution people to think that if we want to move forward as a society, we need to focus forward, and we need to have buildings that serve us well for the time that we're in now. And we are getting to the point where this is clearly an example of where the costs are getting to the point where it's ridiculous, and we could do a lot with that money. Obviously, I do also want to acknowledge that we didn't actually know all the information back in that time. Hollow core wasn't understood, and the earthquake that we had, the Kaikoura earthquake, hadn't happened at that stage. So there were things that have changed the environment that we're operating in. But I think it is a really strong caution for the future and how we make decisions around particularly complex old buildings. Kia ora.
Mayor Foster, right of reply.
Yeah, look, thank you, colleagues, and thank you for your collective support of this project. And I do note that I think every time that we've discussed it has been unanimous that the council has supported the strengthening of the town hall. So it's good that that will be the case again, I'm sure. Deputy Mayor, you're absolutely right. I will actually slightly recall a conversation, because you mentioned the Gordon Wilson building. In fact, so did Councillor Panic, because I had this conversation with the boss of a major media outlet very recently about, why didn't you go through? Well, I wonder who that might have been. Why didn't you think about, how would demolition have gone? And we did have that discussion, and the reality was demolition would have been fought tooth and nail. And I said to said media boss, what would you have done? And what would you have said about us if we'd spent 2 or 3 years fighting this through the Environment Court and God knows how many millions of dollars and lost? You would have caned us for it. And we had to make that judgment call. And the reality is this would have been a battle. It was a battle back when Michael Fowler wanted to knock it down. And they pulled the plug then and said, no, it's going to stay. And of course, they built the Michael Fowler Centre, I think, too close to the town hall. But in the anticipation of removing it. And I've got no doubt that had the council previous to the decisions that we made about strengthening and embarking on the strengthening project, if we'd said, no, we're going to try and demolish it, we would have had a massive fight and we'd have lost. And the other thing that would have happened is that our credibility in terms of saying to anybody who we say, you're the owner of a heritage building, please strengthen it, would have been shot to pieces. We could not have turned around and said to anybody else who was an owner of a heritage building in this city, please strengthen it, and they would have looked at us and said, come on, your credibility will be in tatters. So I don't think there was any serious choice. Mothballing them. I mean, the reality is at the moment it feels like the Tanaka Civic Square has a bunch of mothball buildings. They're not mothballed. There are some which we want to demolish. There are some which we are in the process of building, strengthening and repurposing. But to actually take the corner of Tanaka Civic Square and saying we're mothballing that for what purpose till when is just not an answer. And we've got an answer, and that answer is to have the National School of Music homed in that building, and I think that will be a really, really fantastic thing for Tanaka Civic Square. Councillor Young, thank you for those comments around other venues. I think they're quite revealing that these things are not cheap. In fact, it sounds like we've got away cheaper than most by a long shot. To date, yeah, well, I think we'd have to go a long way over where we are at the moment to get anywhere near those. And of course, as the project advances, those risks are reduced because a lot of that drilling, etc., has been done, and a lot of that looking behind the building has been done. Excuse me. But I think one of the lessons that I would draw from this is that when we are involved in a really complicated project, is that we shouldn't be at the front end going, well, what do we know about this project? Let's put a finger in the air and go, we think roughly the cost might be X. Because one thing you can guarantee is that cost will be wrong. And if you want to have a look at another one, what number did we put against the sludge treatment project a few years ago? And how close is that? And the answer is, it's even further out than this one is, because we didn't know enough. So what we should be doing is saying, complicated project, let's put some money in for investigation, and then we'll put the money in for what we actually were having investigated. We've got some idea of what it's actually going to cost. Because otherwise, or the other alternative is to put a range of costs in and say to the auditor, sorry, tough luck, we're putting a range in because we actually don't know. And there's no point in you auditing us for a number which we don't know, therefore you don't know either. So that is a really important lesson. The central library costs, Councillor Young, well, every assurance we've been given is it's at least it's a building we know we've got the plans for, which we didn't even have for this one. And the ground is better. So, I think we are more confident of that. There's a lot of contingency built into that one as well, but we'll be keeping a very close eye. On the other one is early contractor involvement in that project, which of course we didn't have in this one. But you are right, Councillor Fitzsimons, you're right too. We can't save every heritage building in Wellington, and we do have to make some decisions around those, and I think we are going to have to make those calls. That really is all I wanted to say. Other than Councillor Day, you will be happy to know that there is a much more bicultural design, certainly in the Office of the Mayor's component built in there, and I think you will, I hope, like that component of the building.
Okay, we will put these motions in this paper to the vote. Councillor Foon? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Now, just a note on the process that we will go to with the councillors' amendments. While we will attempt to sort of streamline it and incorporate things into the substantive where we can, officers have advised me that we will have a look because if there are any amendments that directly contradict a previous decision of council, etc., etc. So we will, just because we may not do all of them in the block, so we will have to have a look and see what we have. So we will break for morning tea now. Do people think if we come back at 1:30, will that give you enough time to have confirmed your...
Will it give the officers enough time?
We might. Yeah, we might need another. So could you please make sure that you have your amendments to officers before past, and we will come back at 22. Have a half an hour break.
And just to say too, a special announcement that it's actually our chair's, Rebecca Matthews, Councillor Matthews' birthday today. And so in the tradition, we will have cake and we will sing happy birthday because she's the sort of person who'd probably enjoy it. So
And so I will pass over to Stephen and Sarah.
Morena, everybody. Nice to see you all here. What we're going to do is a brief presentation. Sarah and I are going to cover that off, and obviously any questions that were unanswered from the Q&A session, we're happy to answer them too. So look, we are actually on the home straight with this process. We started obviously back in February, and obviously today is an important stage in that process of deliberating and considering kind of all the feedback that we've had. Obviously, this time round we've had got a LTP amendment as well as the annual plan, which in normal years would be, pretty straightforward year 2 of the LTP. But obviously we've been living in extraordinary times, and obviously the annual plan was prepared with that in mind. So just in terms of the consultation, if we go to the next slide. A good number of submissions, 840, and I know you sat through quite a number of hearings, and we had 71 people present. I think that's a good turnout, but as you'll see, quite a number of them related to the encroachments proposal. So look, we did all the usual things in terms of consultation, and it was great to make sure that we accommodated our housing tenants in that process. And 28% of submitters were actually city housing tenants, so that is really good to have their involvement. As I've mentioned, significant numbers of encroachment holders provided feedback, and obviously we directly wrote to them. So obviously, as you'll see from the report, we're recommending to proceed with the preferred options for both city housing and residual waste. Good levels of support for both of those preferred options. In terms of encroachments, obviously there was a lot of feedback. Let's just say there was probably some concern at the level of proposed increase, and as a result of that, the staff have come back with an amended approach, which is essentially an increase of 1/3, but any future increases subject to a range of work, which is detailed in the report and highlighted here. And what we think in terms of that further work, it really reflects what we heard during the hearings process and various conversations that Sarah and I in particular had with councillors as they were sort of processing that feedback. I'm going to hand over to Sarah now. She's going to focus in on the financial aspects of the plan.
Thanks, Stephen, and kia ora koutou. I'm now regretting not having my screen in front of me because that's quite far away. But, Terry, thank you so much. So the revised budget following consultation for next year, as you can see, includes an 8% rates increase. It's about 8.5. There's a bit of rounding going on there. It's just done. It's like 7.95 or 7.96. I know. But some of the amendments, I think, might take it to that 8. So potentially. So obviously we continue to monitor growth right up until the rate strike. So that's important to know because it does impact on some of those the very final amount of rates that you strike per residential and commercial ratepayer. We'll have to confirm that when we come back and do the rate strike. We continue to maintain and update and estimate that valuation right up to the end of the year. We know that there's been a number of changes to the budget that went out, the draft that we consulted on, and largely those are driven by the asset revaluation. We know that affected our approach to depreciation, the cost it takes to insure those assets, some of our borrowings and interests. We know that we warned you about some interest rate shocks before we went out to consultation that we hadn't been able to mitigate, and we're seeing further increases sort of even as early as late as last week. We know that there are cost pressures largely due to inflation that we're all feeling, but across a number of our activities. We've had some resolutions through council that we've included in the budget that you're seeing today, both at an OPEX and a CAPEX level. And I've covered off that revaluation point earlier. So, as we discussed in our briefing, we have had to take a look at our approach to rates funding depreciation for our water assets. I won't dwell on this too long, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. The final draft valuation received from WSP, who's the third party who provides the valuation services to us, uplifted the value of our water assets by 80%. Now, in real terms, that would have, if we'd continued to fully rates fund that water depreciation, that would have required an additional $34 million of rates funding, or an additional 9% increase in rates to continue rates funding that. Our office's recommendation is to change the approach for Three Waters depreciation funding to rates fund the depreciation at the value of the Three Waters CAPEX renewals program. This will ensure, and I want to be really clear about this, we're not underfunding our Three Waters infrastructure. We will fully fund the renewals program. You've resolved in the last couple of months to increase both the OPEX and the CAPEX budgets for Wellington Water, and we will fully fund those pressures. But it will mitigate that immediate impact on rates and give us time, whatever the eventuality. So whether water reform progresses or not, either this will be someone else's issue to have to grapple with, although still all of ours, or we will have a look at our actual policy and see whether it's still fit for purpose given the material increase in some of our asset values that we're seeing. We need to ensure that whatever we're recommending to you is financially prudent. That's a requirement under Section 100 of the Local Government Act. And we are assuring you that this approach to only fund the water renewals capital program rather than fully fund the new valuation at the depreciation, that this is financially prudent. And although we may have an imbalanced budget, we have had many imbalanced budgets in different years, and we have a plan over the long-term plan period, over the 10 years, where we can show that fully rates funding depreciation as a base case is still achieved. So over time we step that back up, but in a way that doesn't hit ratepayers with an initial shock. The 2 years where we are only suggesting that we fund the capital renewals program rather than fully fund depreciation can be withheld by our balance sheet strength. So just because we're not paying down those 2 years of debt at the full amount, our balance sheet has the future capacity to make sure that we can continue to fully fund the requirements of our Three Waters infrastructure. Okay. Obviously, we can't rely on water reform, but again, I want to assure you that none of our approaches that we are recommending here can game the water reform in any way, shape or form. We are not pushing this problem onto future generations or future customers of any future water service entity, if that's what happens, because of Wellington's unique position in the, as I've spoken about before, from the no worse off funding requirement. But the plan is based on the fact that water reforms do not happen. We're required by our auditors to plan in accordance with water reform not happening. So that is what you'll see, and that's still a financially prudent approach through the long term. So I'm going to try and step you through this table more succinctly than last time. And if we start at the top to talk through some of those changes that we've seen in the budget. We consulted on an increase rates of 9.5%. We then had, that was before growth, we then had a number of pressures that came through that were directly related to the revaluation of our assets. So depreciation uplift required for water assets, if we hadn't changed our approach, would have been an additional 8.6%. Our other infrastructure assets drove also increases in depreciation. The insurance cost drove an increase, and as we've spoken about, interest. Now, In that interim period, we also had a number of other pressures come through. So the bulk water costs that we spoke about, encroachment fees, we're responding to the feedback that we've heard and having a reduction in that increase. That was another cost pressure effectively. Electricity costs have gone up significantly. We are recommending that we fully fund the Wellington water budget from an OPEX perspective, and that drove more increase. And there was other inflationary pressures across the board. Now, because of that would have taken us to a total rates increase of 23.9%, but the approach for only rates funding the value of the capital renewals program for the Three Waters assets rather than fully funding the new depreciation requirement takes us back down to 8.5%. And that's before growth. Some of you have asked for a bit of a reminder on the rates differential and why we do this. I won't dwell on this too long, happy to answer questions at the end. But general rate is split between the base, which applies to residents and I think our farms. No, it's fine. And then we've got the commercial sector as well, which is industrial businesses. And we apportion the rates across those sectors by using a differential, which is a multiplier. So we agree what portion of the rates imposed should each of those sectors pay for, and to calculate in the background we use what's called a differential. You can see that that's changed over time. There have been periods of significantly higher rates takes across the different sectors, especially commercial, and that's dropped down over time. One of the key reasons we do this is to recognise that we don't currently, because of the Wellington City border, geographical border, and the number of visitors and commuters we have coming into the city, we have no way of rating them, but the city does benefit from them, and it also costs to service those people. So this is one of the ways that we use to address that. What we've seen at the end of last year was a citywide revaluation that saw residential values at that point in time increase by much more than what the commercial sector values increased by. If we had not addressed the differential, we would have been pushing a much larger portion of the rates take onto the residential sector and asking their rates to go up. In the last version of the budget that we consulted on, that was an additional 12%, and they would have seen an average increase of 12%, and commercial would have seen an increase of around that 4.5%. So we resolved at the previous committee to adjust the differential to maintain that proportional split between the two sectors. So, Stephen, back to you for next steps.
Thanks, Sarah. Obviously the next step is, depending on the decisions of today, the final annual plan will be, and budget would be based on the decisions of this committee. And we'd obviously prepare the full long-term plan amendment documentation. And post that process, it's forwarded to our auditors, which is on a very tight time frame for their final audit opinion, which is necessary for the adoption on the 30th of June for not so much the annual plan, but the LTP amendment. So that's pretty much what we need to do over the next couple of weeks.
We're on to questions. Councillors, do you have any questions? Councillor Young.
So I have a question about 37A, which is the last one. So I think it's Councillor Calvert's, because I'm just concerned. So she said to me she thinks it's the wording, but that the optics of putting money allocated to water pipes maintenance to go into Circus Theatre and BMX, I think are terrible optics for this council. So is it misworded, or?
I think it's, I don't know. Do you want to answer, or do I answer, or whatever? But it might be just how it's worded. That might not be the best way, because basically that 4.6 million is if we maintain the funding out of as we agreed a month ago, to fund that out of the Three Waters better funding package, then that basically leaves 4.6 million in rates funding that we haven't allocated in the current budget.
Are we on? There's a question about Councillor Calvert's amendments. I think we'll wait and do those because we haven't discussed those yet. So I think we'll just. Yes. No. So just to update councillors, we have been able to incorporate nearly all of the amendments into the substantive, and so that includes one on enviro schools, some waste ones, there may encroachments. There's a few little rats and mice. And then Councillor Calvert's are at the end separately, and we will discuss and have advice on those separately. So, Councillor Pannett?
Yeah, quick questions. The building consent fees, I don't know if Liam's here, but they're pretty pricey. Is that just because our costs are going up, and will that disincentivise good development? And also giving out the $20 million fund and then whacking them over the head with other fees? We need more than 20 million.
Perhaps we can find Liam and answer that question.
He's just in the next room.
Okay,
coming through in a second.
Oh, okay. Well, should I just go on to the next question? This is usually a Councillor Calvert question, but given how close we are to an election, I'm not comfortable with making the next stage of decision on the chips, given there could be, I'm almost hoping for a change in government next year, on Three Waters and... Three Waters, on housing. Is that a safe decision?
Yeah, through you, Chair, we would. We understand that this is really debatable. The current legislation was actually designed by a different government, so support for that could be assumed. However, less thinking about the external political environment and more thinking about our own circumstances and our own tenants, we strongly recommend that we need to make this decision now, and resolve a way to maintain these houses for these tenants for the long term.
Perhaps also I could just jump in there and say that we're at the tail end of an actual LTP amendment process, which obviously has been audited, etc. And if you don't make a decision on this, it would probably push it off into, well, it would definitely be next year, but probably 12 months from now, and have to go through that whole consultation and auditing process. So from a staff advice perspective, it is appropriate to make this decision. You've been through the process, and Sarah's outlined the consequences of not making the decision in terms of the financial viability. So we'd strongly advise against delaying a decision on this.
Okay, I'll leave that for debate. Sarah, the point that most disturbs me about the whole budget is this argument that we will get our debt levels under control by 2029-30, when there is very, very clearly some massive costs coming at us. Now, hopefully...
Can we have questions rather than speeches?
I'm trying to understand how you got to that conclusion.
Through you, Chair, are you specifically talking about by the time we will be fully funding the water depreciation?
No, it was just getting the debt under control. Well,
and remember,
back to the levels that we decided were appropriate.
Yeah. So the advice we can give this committee is that when we set those levels, we did it in a way to hold debt at a lower level to maintain that headroom, so you can go over it when the things that you need to resolve in the future come to fruition or come to this table. For example, let's get Wellington moving. One of the things we do see that does offset that forward forecast from a debt perspective is if you're not being able to deliver your capital program in any given year, you're still maintaining your position under those ratios. So we forecast based on delivering the entire capital program, and we actually know that there are challenges. We also know that there's challenges in increasing costs, and that our debt levels may come under pressure, and so some of the decisions again that this council will have to make will be around the scheduling of the capital program, especially when we bring the carry forwards to you for approval over the next few months.
Are you confident we're going to have enough money to pay for everything that we need to do?
I do think that we are taking the right steps now to manage those future risks. So we are looking at alternate sources of funding and financing. We're looking at options to take costs off balance sheet, so we're not constrained for certain things. I still do think that we need to look at our commercial interests and whether we're getting the most returns for those. So we've got enough revenue coming in from all the right different sources to help fund us into the future. But that's not a decision for today.
Should we go back to Liam? Did you hear the question from Councillor Panek? Councillor Panek, can you repeat your earlier question? Yeah.
Building consent fees and whether they were really quite high and whether we were sort of giving the $20 million fund but then whacking people with higher fees.
Through you, Madam Chair. Morena, welcome.
Aye.
Look, I didn't get the $20 million fund question, but I think the fee increase was 28%. Last year, it was a 20% across the board increase. And the year before, we didn't increase fees because we were hitting COVID. And I understood and recall that we were bringing most of our fees with that 28% increase in line with some of the larger Category 1 councils, so Auckland, Tauranga, for example. But the 20 million, sorry, I didn't hear the question. What is that?
Oh, so sorry, it was just a balancing. We've got this $20 million fund, which is hopefully going to help offset some other costs for things we want to get done, but then we've got these fees on the other hand, and how you look at the relationship between the two.
Hi, it's Mark. It's Mark Padmore. I can perhaps add to that if I can. Just reinforcing what Liam said.
Mark. Hi.
Yeah.
G'day.
Thank you. Sorry, I've butted into the meeting, but hopefully I can contribute here. We certainly did increase those fees by those amounts that Liam mentioned. We hadn't increased the year before. We are now fairly consistent with our metro councils, so we did that comparison last year before we put them up, because the fees hadn't gone up. But basically at all for about 5 years, we had just kept carrying over the fees. So I know when we did that session with council about 2 years ago, council expressed a desire, there's definitely scope to increase our fees across city consenting compliance across the regulatory area. So we have done that. I'm confident that I'm comfortable that we're charging an amount that's fair, that's consistent with other councils without charging too much or too little.
All right, and can I just ask one more question? Is that okay? Liam, sorry, it was just a small question, but I just want to make sure in the paper on the Fund for Green and More Accessible Buildings, it mentions something about developers or owners having to face competing cost pressures, including earthquake strengthening. I just want some reassurance that we're not going to trade those three things off, because it's important to me that buildings are accessible, green and earthquake resilient, as I've said to you many times. So,
yep, through you, Madam Chair, I can take that on note. I don't think that's the intention of the policy, but absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Deputy Mayor Free.
It was just a question about some of the later amendments that Councillor Calvert's put forward. Are you going to deal with those separately? Was that what you were suggesting?
Yes.
Okay. Right. I'll hold my question on that.
Okay. Any other questions of officers? Councillor Foon, yep.
Kia ora. I hope there's been enough time, but I just wanted to clarify the waste increases. My understanding is that the government has increased the levy by a further $30 per tonne, I think, but maybe officers could clarify, and how that relates to the contaminated waste increase as in the amendments.
Yep, so the contaminated waste increase is in addition. So up until now, we haven't been charging that levy on contaminated waste because we've been using it for other purposes. So this is just to include contaminated waste in that waste levy. So we're applying it to contaminated waste now, where we weren't previously.
And to clarify, all of the price increases
everything else will
now
go up.
Includes the levy increase. Yep, thank you.
Councillor Pannett.
Just a quick one. Liam, sorry, another one for you. Look, I get the reasoning around removing the targets for strengthening earthquake-prone buildings, the heritage ones, but given that we are nearly at 2027 and these buildings have to be strengthened, I'm just wondering if that's wise. So this is where we had a target of 10% or something, and then Now we're just going to try and get some buildings strengthened. Oh, sorry, Siobhan, that might actually be a question for you. Actually, sorry. Sorry, I'm diligent and I now have to find it. Does someone else want to?
Councillor Conde, we'll move to your question.
Thank you. My first question is just about the EnviroSchools funding and just whether we can have some clarity about what the changes are that will be needed to the waste management minimisation policy to allow this to happen and how that's going to proceed.
So at the moment, and Siobhan, please correct me if I go off while you're looking for that, the policy has not been developed. So at the moment it is purely a ring-fenced fund for use against waste minimisation activities, but there's no clear policy supporting how that's actually developed and used. So once that policy is developed, which is coming to councillors shortly, then that will direct in more detail rather than just this broad ring fence for waste minimisation purposes. Then you can really drive how you want to apply those funds.
Right, thank you. I also just had a question about the Southern Landfill and the recommendation we now have that it's council's intention not to make any further extensions. Just can we have some officer advice on that? Because I feel like we haven't really had much advice about kind of future extensions at this point.
So our advice is on that one would be that we'd need to undertake the due diligence and planning prior to making that decision, or providing advice with regard to it's too soon to say definitively, or provide advice that this council can agree to it. So that's why we've worded that as pointing to the intention.
Right, thank you. And last one, and I think this is, I think it's intended in the substantive about use of the Better Off funding, that there's the paper kind of talks about intending to use the Better Off funding for social housing. And I just saw it on Twitter yesterday from the Taxpayers Union saying that we shouldn't be spending essentially water money on social housing and other things. Can we get some clarification about what the Better Off funding is actually for and what it can be spent on? Because I just seemed like that was a misunderstanding.
Yes, through you, Chair. I'll just take you back to the three types of funding for water reform. The initial drop of funding, which was what we referred to as the stimulus funding, was absolutely to be used for improving the performance of Three Waters infrastructure. That was for water, and we have, in fact, all Wellington Regional Councils provided that stimulus funding to Wellington Water to help them ramp up their program and do more to improve the Three Waters. The second drop of funding, which is called the Better Off funding, of which we get the first tranche of that from 1st of July next financial year, the circa $14 million, is to ensure that councils through this water reform process are better off, and that's to be used against effectively any of the well-being, so it can be social, environmental, cultural, economic outcomes, and there's some criteria around that, and we will be shaping up a paper to bring some suggestions of how that might be applied in the council context. Absolutely, it can be used on anything other than, it doesn't have to be water. There might be some councils that resolve to use some of it on water, but that is your choice, and it's to be better off as a council. Given that if water reform progresses, the water assets won't be ours. If we invest in them now, would we be better off afterwards, is a question you'll need to answer through that process. The third drop of funding is what's called the No Worse Off funding, and that is specifically earmarked to ensure that no council is financially any worse off post-water reform. Our biggest, we all know that we're a special case there, and the biggest consideration we have to think about there is if water revenue is over 22% of our total revenue, what does that do to constrain our ability to borrow? So how do we offset those constraints or that loss of revenue and make sure that we can continue to do all the other things that we plan on doing?
Thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Conde. So we'll go back to Councillor Pannett's question.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, Siobhan, it's paragraph 116. So I guess I just want to keep the pressure on that we haven't got many years left, and so why wouldn't we be pushing ourselves to do as much as we can, appreciating obviously we're not the only decision maker in this space.
I think it comes back to that issue that we are just the regulator in this space. So it is up to the building owners to do that strengthening work. It will still be reported on. I think the question is whether it be a KPI as a target.
But we're not just a regulator, of course, we are also a funder and an advocate. So where does that sit then?
But we are primarily a regulator.
We'll just...
We have got a meeting on that.
Councillor Foon.
Kia ora. Just a couple of questions around and the city housing paper. How long, can someone remind me how long Wellington City Council has been running our city housing program? Roughly, sorry, I know I did ask before. And a reminder on how much it would cost us to establish a city housing provider.
So my understanding is we've provided social housing since approximately the 1950s.
Late 1950s, early 1960s.
Some nods from the back of the room, so.
No.
50s-ish. And then the costs for establishing community housing provider, we've estimated $2 million over the 22-23 and the 23-24 year, and that's included in the LTP amendment. 2 million, 1.5 in 22-23 and 500,000 in 23-24.
Doesn't look like there are any more questions, so thank you. Except on Councillor Calvert's amendments. So yeah, it won't be very long. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, just Siobhan, for you, just to be clear, so what we've got in here will be moved by the chair all the way through to 48? Is that the intention, or only till 43? I just want to check the last bit, the landfill bits.
To 48. To 48. Okay. We want to get to 50.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, good. Okay, but so are you comfortable with the wording as is now? Because I do note that it's this council, which
Yes.
means the council which we are today.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. That's fine. That's what I wanted to check. Good.
So yeah, just to be clear on some of these amendments that we've included in the substantive, some have officer support, some don't. Well, all of those waste ones do now. The Enviro Schools one does not.
Okay, can I just ask that one question then? Officers, could you just walk us through the ones that you don't and why?
I think it's just the Enviro Schools.
If that's the only one, just tell us why. It'll be good. Yeah.
Up until the ones that are listed.
And also officers did not support the extra money for the increasing the BMX from 30 to 50,000.
Better have whys on both of those.
There were two in particularly. One was, as the chair's mentioned, the Enviro schools, but that's basically a level of funding, and that's a decision for this committee. And the BMX, again, it's the level of funding relating.
So I'm asking the question of why you didn't support as officers.
Yes, so we've got, hello, welcome.
Kia ora, councillors. So we actually do support the level of funding for 1 year, and that is within our current waste management and minimisation plan. So we are allowed to do that. What we are saying is that to provide funding for additional years would be problematic because we're in the throes of developing our new waste management and minimisation plan, which will be consulted on in 2023. So beyond next year, it will be difficult.
So the wording as it is in the there at the moment, you're actually going, we are happy with it.
Yep.
Cool, that's good, thank you. And the BMX, which obviously is not waste. Yeah.
BMX.
Paul.
Paul was in the room. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Obviously, that's a number issue, so you must have a reason for.
Tell us why that $20,000.
Yeah.
Kia ora, councillors. Look, we've worked closely with the BMX group over probably the last decade, and that goes right back to when they built the track and got themselves in some trouble with that project at the time. I think it's our recommendation, their lease is up for renewal and they're not that sustainable in terms of some of their lease obligations, particularly around maintenance. We feel, yes, we do need to support them, but we actually need to work through that in a structured way. And I just think there's some risk giving them quite a significant chunk of money up front. At the moment, there's only quite a small number of people who are registered with the club to ride. And I think one of the things we're going to need to land on is what is the right level of service for that track and how does it fit into the broader, I suppose, picture of providing BMX in the region and even at a national level, because they very much promoted this track at a level where we can hold national events. So I think there's some work to do and we would probably be more comfortable with a slightly lesser amount.
So ultimately, do you see this being an asset which council's likely to end up being the owner and maintainer of?
I think we would like to avoid that scenario, but we do need to get the club on a sustainable footing. BMX is quite a niche sport. It is an Olympic sport. But yeah, I think there's definitely questions around the current sustainability of their model. They rely heavily on gaming trust funding, and they only have a very small amount of income from subscriptions. So we definitely need to make some change, but we need to do that with them. And I think, as I said, one of those issues will be what is the right level of service and annual investment. So just for a really small number of riders, if it's going to be an ongoing 50,000, that is quite a significant commitment to make.
So is there anything else in terms of wording, at least reflecting that you need to be continuing some work with them that would be useful to put into the resolution?
Look, we have the lease mechanism to do that through, and we are engaged in discussions.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Free.
Good. So my questions are really process questions because I've got confused with the red ink. So, for example, with the Enviro schools, if we were to not vote that down, would we then be foreshadowing the original amendment that's in the original officer? It's just a process issue on, because, for example, if... Well, would it be sensible if it failed that it reverted to the foreshadowed amendment as in what was foreshadowed the originals, which were the officer recommendations? It's a process question in a way. Okay, and I guess in a way, if I could ask the same question now about council, because it's a similar question with Councillor Calvert's, because she's got changes of wording, and I'm looking at...
Councillor Calvert's will be amendments, so we'll vote on those. No, but differently, we'll just revert back to the document if hers fails. Okay, so we don't need to foreshadow anything. Yeah, and we will have officer advice on those amendments when we come to them. Also.
Okay, I think my confusion has arisen that I was not entirely sure whether these were now officer recommendations or still...
It's an amended, it's a substantive that the chair's going to move, which has officer support.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor O'Neill. Sorry.
Just a second, my laptop's about to run out of battery. My question was to Paul Andrews around better understanding the capital BMX funding. Thanks, Paul. Two parts. The first one is when would the ground lease be up for this particular area? When would you normally be taking a review?
I think it's actually up in the next 12 months.
Okay.
I can give you an exact date, but it's quite soon. Yeah.
So within there, PSR would normally be taking up a review with club management around the sustainability and upgrades.
Correct. That is part of the lease renewal process. But I think we're committed to engaging with them now, regardless of the lease. It's a significant asset that sits on our land. And as the Mayor's pointed out, if they fail, we will have to make decisions about how we operate that. and what we do. And I think some councillors will recall the history. The club had quite an ambitious project to build this track. They did actually implode at the early stage of that process, and council stepped in to help them start or finish what they'd started.
Excellent. And then my second part is just around how we prioritise outdoor recreation budgets in terms of we've got a lot of niche and competing sports in Wellington, and the strategic priorities of Wellington. How does Capital BMX fit in with, I don't know, skateboard parks or outdoor unsurfaced mountain biking tracks, etc.?
Look, it's a very good question, and we're doing a review of our strategy for open space and recreation. I think the scope of that review will consider future provision. I think we provide advice to councillors on these sorts of projects and these sort of sports based on our knowledge that we glean through the recreation and sports sector. I know the officer who's leading this has been speaking to BMX New Zealand. So, if you look at the work we've done with skate recently, that's a good example of engaging with the skate community, understanding their needs, and then ensuring if we've got a role to play in provision, then we will recommend to council to invest. Look, we're the biggest investor in sport and recreation, our local government, by a country mile. But, you've got to be smart about where you put that money and what return you get. And I think our concern at the moment is, one, the sustainability of the maintenance and operation of the BMX, and the ability for them to build their membership to a more sustainable level. So it's quite a low membership number, and that's what we're really trying to work through with them. Yep.
Cool, thank you. That's
Yep, Deputy Mayor Free.
So this has made me realise I do need a little bit more advice about the Enviro Schools funding. I have tried to refresh my understanding of the answers that have already been provided, but can I just ask what the officer reservations are about the proposal to fund the additional money through the mechanism that's been
It was just covered. It was about the policy being up for review.
Yeah. How significant is that? Is that a real deal breaker for this?
Just to clarify, though, the recommendation or the resolution that's on the table is to fund it for 22-23, and officers have already indicated their support for that. It was around the 3-year time frame.
Okay, so we don't have the correct amendment there in our papers. So
do we have something that has got...
We'll adjourn quickly for 5 minutes and make sure we've got the correct one and councillors have the correct one in front of them.
I want the one that officers actually
Is for that, we now have the correct wording for the Enviro Schools. And the officer advice, I just want to be clear, is that if we spend this money on this now, it just means we have less money to spend on other things later. And so there is a policy review happening, but in a way, we're feeding that into that. Yeah, we're sort of setting a little bit of the policy now. So, yeah. So do you have any more questions about that, Deputy Mayor Free? Okay, great. Yeah, so thank you, because we could have voted. Yeah, no, that was helpful. So are there, yes, you can.
So look, I'm getting comfortable with it from management, so that's okay. But I'd just like to ask from an officer point of view, what are the kind of things that you might be conceiving of spending money from that, that review, as a result of that review that maybe we're not doing at the moment, which, I mean, all of this is about driving waste minimisation in one way or the other. So I'd just be interested in knowing what kind of things might come through this, and I guess this is the asking you for where you might go with a review we haven't yet got.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Foster. That's a great question, and it'd probably take all day to answer it. I suppose, we've got some great waste minimisation initiatives in our current waste management and minimisation plan. And last year we presented our zero waste roadmap. We've now developed our zero waste programme, which includes a review of our curbside services, a review of our resource recovery network, and we'll be working with the community on the development of our waste minimisation action plan, which will then form the new waste management and minimisation plan. So things that would be included in there, additional things would be greater waste education work and behaviour change work, which is correct. Yeah.
I think we'll wrap that up. Thank you. Thank you.
It gives me a feel you're going to do that kind of thing anyway, so yeah. Cool.
Okay, all right. And I would also note that I think there's similar management comfort with the extra $20,000 for the BMX. Councillor Pannett?
Sorry, just one little question. Paul, just this thing about BMX being a bit of a minority or niche or whatever, how do we ensure that, though, that there is equity between different interests? Because obviously lots of people want to play sport, which is good.
Really delving in for $20,000.
No. Sorry. It was no. I was just a little bit surprised that you said it was such an.
The sporting landscape is constantly changing. We have emerging sports. We have different levels of participation in sport. I think what is important with council's decisions is based around good evidence in terms of the predicted growth of sport, the numbers of people participating in the sport, and what is a sensible level of investment for ratepayers, and to I suppose get a return in terms of the health and wellbeing outcomes and the social outcomes that we get with our investment. So I suppose at the moment what we're saying is quite a small number of people who are competing and using this track. And if you did break it down, I think we're talking less than 40 odd active people who have subscriptions with the club. So if you took this annual investment and broke it down, it's quite a high cost per individual.
Deputy Mayor Free?
I'm just picking up on that similar officer comfort comment. Would you agree with that there is officer comfort about putting in the extra money? Because I got a slightly different view.
I'm actually talking about at an ELT level.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
But I'm asking. Okay.
Well, so can we have an ELT member answer that? Thank you.
I don't care who answers.
I do.
Look, at the end of the day, councillors, this is your call, and we're talking around the margins here, so it's really for you to decide.
Are there any more questions, councillors? And how long this meeting goes is dependent on our discipline about. So let's go. All right. So I am going to move the annual plan document. I want to start by thanking officers. Particular thanks to Stephen and all of your team, to Baz and Jeffrey, and we'll miss someone if I start naming people, and Lloyd, and to Sarah and all of your team who are here. Sorry that I don't know everybody's names, but I thank you. And I want to also thank Dem Services, and particularly Heidi, because of the compressed time frame here. We really did get, hearings falling immediately, straight on to having to have a paper out. And so that put, first of all, these hearings were absolutely a well-oiled machine, and it was a fantastic job. And second of all, the team really responded to what the community told us. And I think while we're having a little debate here and there about, we've actually got all of these kind of big things that the community came with us, different parts of the community, and we have responded to them in this paper. So I actually think it's, for those that say council doesn't listen, etc., 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 we have listened, we've responded, and we've accommodated. I also want to thank the Mayor and my colleagues, because this is obviously a collaborative process, and the different sort of amendments and contributions that have kind of got into this substantive is a collective effort, and I think it's been a really positive process. I just want to mention particular excitement for me about eliminating library fines. The fact that we haven't talked about it is a sign of how well it was supported by the community and by councillors. So I'm very excited that we're another step forward to making our libraries fairer and more inclusive spaces. The encroachment issue, I want to thank the community for coming and having their say. It really exposed lots of issues with the encroachments, and a lot of work that council needs to do to get its house in order. The equity argument, I think, is still very much there, and this is a significant increase. I realise that it will be difficult for some people, but there is an equity issue about getting fair value for the use of public land. And so I think this is we've come up to quite a balanced kind of position, and, where council is taking its responsibilities more seriously, as well as asking for a greater contribution from encroachment holders. The water issues are obviously, a big sort of headache, but I think they do show we're prioritising actually doing the work, and that, it is what it is. And I want to thank the team for the work on that. I'm happy for that small amount of the funding for the BMX, and I guess one of the reasons I said that, I think it would be helpful if we don't get into really big conversations about small amounts of money when we are actually talking about quite significant amounts of money for the biggest kind of projects that we have. And finally, I just want to note the review of the rating policy. So that will be a piece of work that we can undertake after this process has finished, and will be time to address. We all heard those submissions from the Chamber and from the Property Council. We can have a look at that commercial differential. I'm also quite interested in how we are accounting for land and in a way that supports housing. So, and rating is a tool for that. So I'm looking forward to that process. The Mayor is going to second. Do you want to speak now, Mayor Foster? Great.
I think I might leave that until Councillor Calvert's amendment is dealt with, and then I'll speak after that.
Okay, great. So what we will do, we will have Councillor Calvert move her amendments. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Calvert? Councillor Young, and then we will take officer advice on those amendments, and I think questions are, we can have questions on that advice, but questions about the amendments really are for Councillor Calvert to cover off in her right of reply. So, Councillor Calvert, over to you.
Okay. Okay, and just to note that I did, after some feedback, I did amend 37A. So I'm just making sure that, because it wasn't as clear as it could have been. And it does follow on from recommendation 32 that's there. Okay. So would you like me to introduce before officers get asked questions? Yeah. Okay, all right. So following on from Councillor Matthews, yes, this has been a long journey. We started this last year, and basically things have moved a lot since then. Last year we signalled that this year would be a 9.1% increase in rates. Back in March, we did identify some savings. We said, look, we can save $5 million by pushing some of the depreciation into the following year and bumping up encroachment fees by 100%. But I'll touch on that a bit later. We also identified savings by increasing the rates multiplier for businesses, which gets them paying more than their fair share, and residential ratepayers less than their share. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit more detail. But also back in March, what we did is we added some extra things in. We had a new environment accessibility fund for developers, but it's being paid for by ratepayers. So that's $20 million over 7 years. And since then, developers have told us that they don't believe it will work that effectively. We reduced parking fees, and I think that was actually quite well received, and thank you for the Mayor for his support on that, and Councillor Young, and I know I was keen to see that happen too. We removed $500,000 in library fines, and I think that was a really pragmatic approach and a great suggestion from Councillor Matthews. And we also agreed to plant more trees, costing us an extra $200K per year. And I think it was Councillor Neal's suggestion on that one. So basically that then brought, but then we were still able to say, look, this is going to bring the rates increase down to about 8.2%. So all things seem to be going well, but then the auditors took a look at it and said, actually, it's probably closer to 8.9%. And then we went out to public consultation last month. And we've heard from quite a few residents last week, in particular, what they actually thought about the proposals. So first up, from a regulatory perspective, our encroachment licensing fees, that proposal of 100% increase didn't go down too well. But I have to say, Council got lots of free policy analysis from residents as part of that, which unfortunately we didn't quite manage to get before we proposed the increase. But it's great to see this has been pared back to a 30% increase and a promise for the Council to do the policy analysis rather than the submitters. And then we've also heard about sport and rec, and as we know, it's a real core part of our business. And I don't want to dwell too much on the BMX because I think, as Councillor Matthews said, we're really just talking about an extra 30K here over 2 years. But I will say that whilst they may have a small membership base, that track is open for public use, and there's quite a huge public use of it. So we've got to think about the thousands that use it anyway. And look, in my time at Council, I've always found those organisers to be highly responsive to any questions or queries, or especially as part of their local community. So I found them very accommodating. And then just move into the arts, and which, as we know, we are, or we like to describe ourselves as the arts capital of New Zealand. And look, this is an organisation that is desperate for urgent repairs for what is an iconic, albeit leaky building. And it's on an iconic spot on our waterfront. And the arts have struggled over the past couple of years and can't just turn back on the money tap at full force when we're in amber or hopefully go into green at some point. It's going to take time for them to rebuild the volume of patrons coming through the door. In the meantime, they literally don't have the cash to fix the building. Do we want that building to remain the shabby one, sandwiched between the Stock Exchange Te Papa and our new shining light Te Kina on the waterfront? Do we want to call ourselves the arts capital and not put some money in to get those leaky windows rebuilt for something a bit better? We need to provide the same level of dedication to the circuit community that they have shown our city over the decades. Let's help them come back a little bit stronger. And then I'll move on to the business rates differential. And businesses have said, please don't increase the rates multiplier because actually you're not giving us any more in services, and compared to Auckland you way overcharge as well as in other cities. And I do have a lot of empathy for the commercial ratepayers. They're already paying for extra things for downtown levy to help with tourism and within the city. They have an extra targeted rate and they pay 3.2 times the general base rate. And look, I know their property values haven't risen as much as residential in the past couple of years, but we've said, doesn't matter, we need more money. And we've decided to charge them 3.7 times the general rate for the privilege of being in Wellington. So is this really a good idea? When we've all had to deal with COVID over the past couple of years, the protest occupation, so surely they can afford to help prop up the residential ratepayers a bit more. Yeah, well, but you see, the thing is, we've also had examples of a commercial property here in Wellington next to a residential property of the same size, having a lot more people in it, a lot more people using the services of the city, yet that residential block of apartments pays about a third of the rates. So yes, great to have more housing, great to turn those commercial blocks into housing, but actually they're paying about a third, only having to pay about a third of the rates. But I suppose you could say the commercial buildings are not facing the same wear and tear because they don't have as many people coming into them. So because so many people are still working from home and are not in our central. So how do we tempt businesses to stay in Wellington and show we really want them? Look, I know this, they're saying to us they've got sky-high insurance costs compared to elsewhere in New Zealand. But, you know, we're saying to them, have we got a deal for you? We're going to be one of the first cities in New Zealand to put a levy on your car parks so that you can help pay for even more things like a $125 million cycleway down Golden Mile. It said, well, what about more buses? Sorry, can't fit any more buses down the Golden Mile because the bike lane needs the space. And anyway, when you think about it, we can't get the bus drivers anyway, so maybe we can't get more buses down, even if we wanted to. So, and I know that's Greater Wellington Council's responsibility. So, look, businesses have dealt with so much change over the past couple of years. And so surely they would be well prepped for even more. But I think the Property Council told us a few cautionary words last week, and I'll summarise that as, or what they said at the end was, councillors, are residents going to notice $2 per week? Probably not. But what they will notice is if their local cafe or bakery closes. And what they will notice is the company that they work for decides to relocate to Auckland and have to uproot their lives. Is that worth $2 a week? So just like encroachments, we didn't do the policy work and understanding of the consequences of changes we proposed right up front. We've changed how we calculate the differential without businesses having a real say. Look, the Chamber had to logoima our office for more information when they first heard about the proposal. At least we wrote individually to the 6,000 encroachment holders, but we didn't write to the 5.2 thousand commercial property owners. I suggest we put ourselves at significant legal risk if we proceed to increase the differential in the way that has happened so far, because we haven't looked at changing the policy till the end of the process. So then that brings me, and there's a reason I'm talking this, because it's all connected. And so last week, just as we thought, oh, how are we going to balance out all the budget, things got a bit worse. You know, we heard that our water pipes have been revalued and the prices have gone up 80%. And that meant that we needed on the face of it, put an extra $34 million a year into the kitty to help with renewing our pipes. Now, that's on top of the $54 million that we already had in our budget and planned for. So that's a whopping additional 8.6% increase on top of that 8.9, which was roughly a 17.5% rates increase. Now, I don't know about you, but I really don't think our residents would have been quite happy with that, especially after a 13.5% increase last year. But what we have seen is we've seen some really extremely innovative thinking. So rather than, we've said, look, we've only budgeted to spend 27 million, so let's just allow for 27 million in our annual plan and not collect that 54 million that we were originally planning. And so that seems a good idea, because anyway, Wellington Water, as we have heard, doesn't have the capacity to do any more than the 27 million and a bit extra. So, why collect that money? It would only go down to paying down debt. So it saves us a big lot of money. So that enables us to then have this proposal of an 8.5% or 8% rates increase, which is really good, because I don't know whether you saw in that table, we've actually, since April, since a month ago, we've actually incurred an extra $22 million in cost pressures since April. And that's all in that table. So we've had those extra cost pressures that after only 1 month.
Councillor Calvert, I know there are no time limits, but
I know
it has been quite a while.
And I'm sorry, and I thank you for this, and I specifically didn't talk on the last paper because I knew this would take me a little while, and there's about 5 amendments in total. So look, I know we've been doing lots of good accounting, and some of it's probably beyond my capability, but I really hope that the money we haven't put aside to fix our pipes doesn't come back to leak all over us and residents in the future. But in the meantime, this plan is also just suggesting the 4.6 million that we had previously tagged to get from the Three Waters Better Off funding package is not for that to happen, is actually for us to rates fund it. And but I'm saying we should use that Three Waters Better funding package on water. It's far more transparent and it is easily connected back. So if we take that thought, that $4.6 million is unallocated in this current rates budget. So what do we do with that 4.6 million? It's roughly just over 1% in the rates increase. Do we reduce our rates increase? What I'm suggesting is we use that money to fund the circa amount, to fund the small amount for the BMX track upgrade, and to get the commercial differential closer back to where it should be, which is 3.25. Now, I don't know what the exact thing will be, but if we use that unallocated $4.6 million funding that's in the budget, then we can do that. And it's a win-win for everyone. So I ask for your support for these amendments. And if they go through, they're all within the current envelope of spend contained within this plan.
Do you wish to speak now as seconder, or should we go straight to officer advice? Okay. Could we please get some officer advice on Councillor Calvert's amendments?
Through you, Chair, I'd just like to reiterate that in real dollar terms, the average rates increase faced by commercial sector and residential sector, if you increase the differential, will remain the same. If you leave it at 3.2%, in real dollar terms, residents will pay more and commercial will pay less. It will not remain the same. Yes, a number that is a multiplier in the background goes up, but in real dollar terms, it remains the same. And all we are saying that in year 2 of an LTP, it is appropriate to maintain that continuity, and our RNF policy talks to the fact that during an annual TAP plan, you can look at the differential because things like valuations happen out of cycle of a long-term plan, so you are able to do that. We absolutely agree and have a recommendation in there that we need to look at the R&F policy and see whether the right sectors are paying the right amount, and that takes a lot of work, and we are committing to do that work in line for the next LTP. On the amendment around the $4.6 million, the $4.6 million is effectively, if you wanted to state that the rates increase number is driven by a rates increase number rather than actual costs. So if you choose to not rates fund the Wellington water OPEX pressure and continue to use that better off funding, first of all, I highly advise against it from a financial prudence perspective. If water reform doesn't happen, we would have a combined shock of not having a one-off funding source for Wellington water OPEX pressure and having to step back up the new depreciation amount, and the rates impact in one single year for commercial and residential would be extreme. You have to step back up if water reform doesn't go ahead. By rates funding it through the water targeted rate, that is the most transparent way you can do it, given that the better off funding is not specifically for water. We were trying to use that before we knew about the revaluation of the assets as a way to offset some of those potential shocks from a rates perspective, but we don't recommend doing that now on balance of all the information that we know now. And that's what we have to provide you from an advice perspective, is all the information we have to hand today and what represents financial prudence. If we were to allocate the unused $4.6 million to decrease the differential, so offset the cost for the commercial sector, we would have to recode and redevelop all of our R&F policies. We would have to rewrite our rates models, and we would have to rerun the ICT system that actually calculates the rates. I will tell you now, we will not meet our statutory timeframes for setting the rates on the 30th of June, because that is a very complex piece of work to toggle the differential to get that additional funding to go back off the commercial sector. So that's going to be difficult, and our staff turnover will be higher than it is today. I'm happy to answer any questions other people have.
Can we get some officer advice about the circa?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Yeah, so we don't support the amendment, and primarily what we believe we should be doing is continuing to work closely with Circa to better understand the full financial impact and also some of the risks that surround that. And that's not to say, I suppose, that we can still bring a paper back to a later or a further council with a more comprehensive financial sort of case to be able to support this request. But at this point in time, we believe that it's a little bit premature, and also that it's not necessarily following the correct process that we would normally use. So,
councillors, are there any questions about that advice? Councillor Pannett.
Thanks. So the presentation from Circa seemed to suggest that they were ready to go to hit the green button. So I'm just a bit unclear about the gap between their perspective and yours.
I'll pass you over to Paul on the detail, and Gisela.
Okay. Look, councillors, I've come in front of you with numerous projects like this over the years, and there is a process to follow, and where Circa are at is that they're actually at the start of the process in terms of a project on the waterfront. So they've produced a concept for an area for the extension to their building. It's important that you do follow a good process, because if you don't, you expose us to significant risk with a project like this. It is a complex thing to do anything on the waterfront, as you know, particularly an extension to a building. The extension is outside the current footprint of the building, so it is outside the current lease area. They hold a licence for that area to operate as an outdoor area. Normally, these sort of projects we would present a paper to council once we've done, I suppose, this preliminary concept work and understanding what they want to do. So we'd bring a paper back to the council, which would essentially give landowner approval and under their lease. And the other complexity with the waterfront is the framework, the waterfront framework. So at the point we brought that paper back, we would say this project is consistent with the framework. We also know with these sorts of projects, there is a requirement often to consult with the community on that. Following that, they would be in a position to move to detailed design and go through a regulatory process. We also know most projects on the waterfront would become a notified consent. The next decision that council would then need to make, and it's a separate decision, and that is as a funder and a partnership project. And so we would want to better understand the business case that sits behind this project, because the building sits on our land, and the current arrangement with Circa is they're on a peppercorn rental, essentially. So we already support them through that lease because of their contribution to the arts. I think what's really important is that officers are totally committed to supporting Circa with this project, hence our decision to take their preliminary plans to the technical advisory group on the waterfront to give them feedback. So we're right at the start of the process. We can provide that process to councillors because we're going through the same process with the Whālei proposal at the moment. So it's no different from the Whālei. It's a much smaller scale project, obviously. We are supportive, but we need to follow the correct process. Otherwise, we will we will be creating problems for both Circa and ourselves. Gisella's been good enough to organise a meeting with Circa next week. I think if there's actually Friday. So if there's any, I think the communication with Circa when they first came to us with their proposal, I don't think we did a good enough job to actually explain the full process to them. That would be my comment. I wasn't involved in that early stage, but I think we should have laid that on the table and said, these are all the, this is the process and these are the decisions that will need to be made by council at certain points. So we're right at the very start of the journey.
So you think even just holding it aside and then maybe even giving more time than the 30th of September is unwise to give them some certainty?
I think there's quite a bit of work within that process and the timeline for it to bring a paper back to a new council to enable them to consider the landowner and lease decision. I think I haven't looked at what time will be we will need to do that, but I think certainly within the next financial year we should be in a position to do that, and then a future council can make a decision around if we want to be a funder of the building.
So sorry, that would be the next year's annual plan?
Yes, I believe so. And sometimes, again, we've got to be a little bit careful because things do require consent, but often if you think about some of the other projects we've brought to council, often the decision to grant landowner approval subject to regulatory approval will include the fact that we are wanting to be a funder. So those two things could come together in one paper. I think that's possible.
Councillor Pannerton, resolution on a recommendation 23, that is actually covered off in terms of noting the officers wanting to continue to work with Circa and reporting back with any bid to inform the next annual plan.
That's what I was just trying to ascertain. And then I think, Councillor Connie may ask a question, but yeah, even if there's a compromise position of allocating some money.
I've got a long list of questions. Mayor Foster.
I guess my question really is, if this project were to advance, the work that you're talking about with Circa were to advance more rapidly, would there be anything, it's probably a finance or a governance question, but would there be anything to prevent council saying, well, look, we're partway through the year, it's not a material sum at this point, actually, yes, we will back you at, whether it's December or February or whatever it might be, just to keep the momentum going for the project.
Yeah, there would be nothing to stop council making such a resolution, and typically that does happen as part of the quarterly reporting process.
I've noticed that occasionally.
We do that now.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Condy.
Thank you. I'll just start by staying on the Circa topic for now, which is just, I don't want to see the project stop. I want them to be able to continue to work with council and continue to work on developing their understanding of the risks of this project and what's really going to be involved. So I guess that was my question about whether it would be appropriate for us to give them a certain amount of funding, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, to allow them to continue the design work and the investigations that need to happen. So that was the compromise that Councillor Pennant was kind of referring to. So could I just get some officer advice about that, please?
Thank you, Councillor Condi. So it is worth saying, of course, that Circa is absolutely a cornerstone of a theatre infrastructure, and having a waterfront theatre is fantastic. So it's not about Circa, it's about the appropriate steps around this proposal, which we are all committed to working on. Circa has applied to us for up to $50,000 to help with what they call a feasibility study. And it is important, to Councillor Pannet's question earlier, that they do consider at the moment that the project is ready to push go on, and council officers from various departments have raised some issues to do with complexity and timing and working through things that are important. So whatever decision is made, it's important that there is the process is set up right for the council to resolve these matters with Circa in discussion. And that's one of the reasons why a number of the business units in the council are meeting with Circa on Friday.
Thanks, Gisela. That sort of $50,000 application for feasibility sounds like exactly what I have in mind. So how have they applied for that, and what's the process for that being resolved?
They initially asked Wellington NZ, and then Wellington NZ referred it to us, which is actually speaking to Paul's point earlier about the importance of having a clear process for community partnerships like this. They want to do, they effectively want to move in their proposal to consents and the things they need to get done. It is important we have a discussion with them first about the issues we've raised with them, which we raised in early May, so they're aware of things that we'd like to discuss. But certainly at some point, some funding could assist them with those functions. Yep.
Thanks, Gisela. And then I've got a number of questions about other matters, probably for Sarah Hay, for starters. Sarah, I was just wondering if you could respond. In Councillor Calvert's opening speech, she made a comment that made it sound like staff had somehow gotten the rates figure wrong, and that the auditor had asked us to change it to 8.9%. Could you respond to that? Because that was not my understanding.
I don't know what that was in reference to. Perhaps Councillor Calvert.
Sorry, when it came back from being audited, it went up to 8.9 from what I can remember from the papers.
No, so that's not our understanding at all.
In the beginning, in April?
No.
But
Thanks for raising that, Councillor Condi.
I'm happy to be corrected, but I have been through all the papers that have been collected.
What is it?
So just saying.
So from the initial budget that we proposed, there was, when we came back for with the final consultation document, there was an increase, and that was the interest cost.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. It was
not to do with the audit.
Oh, sorry. Nothing.
Okay. Sorry, more questions, Councillor Condi?
Thank you. I guess, I'm not sure if Beth's in the room, I can't see, but Councillor Calvert in her remarks said that she felt that there was significant legal risk in us proceeding with the differential change, and that's not the impression that I got from reading the external legal advice that we had. So just wondering if Beth or someone else can give us some officer advice about that. I don't want to speak out of turn about what the advice said.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that, Councillor Condi. Yes, that is our view. We made sure that we specifically included this in the consultations document so that we were very clear with Wellingtonians about the any potential discrepancy between the revenue financing policy and this proposal, and we are confident that there isn't significant legal risk there.
And just to be clear, Councillor Condi, we responded to Councillor Calvert's questions this morning about that, and our reference to Section 80 of the Local Government Act is entirely legitimate, but it's a precautionary approach from our perspective.
Thank you. That was going to be my next question, which was just to clarify that we do not actually need to change the revenue and financing policy to go ahead with this. We're just making a kind of minor acknowledgement.
It's a Section 80 resolution, and it's really precautionary from our perspective.
So Councillor Calvert was incorrect to say that we are changing the revenue and finance policy to allow this to happen.
No, we don't believe so.
Thank you. And then I'd just like to ask a question about this $4.6 million, because I think it's quite a confusing figure. This is not, the way that we budget in local government is we add up all our costs and then we strike the rate, whereas Councillor Calvert's proposal seems to kind of be doing it in the opposite direction, starting with a rates number and then working back down. And I guess, Sarah, if you could just explain a bit more about what that $4.6 million is, because it's this idea of unallocated OPEX funding is not really a thing local government has.
Through you, Chair, the $4.6 million is what we, in this version of the budget, have proposed to rates fund through the water targeted rate, the Wellington water OPEX pressure, and then Councillor Calvert's netting off the pressures for Circa Theatre and BMX, and using the balance not to reduce the total rates take, but to offset that commercial imbalance between the commercial and the residential. So would be seeking for us to apply that as a mechanism to move the rates impulse. It's challenging to be able to do that, but that's I believe her intent.
Thank you. And I guess, so then if Councillor Calvert's amendment were to pass, then we would be reducing, residential ratepayers essentially would be using some of their money to reduce the commercial rates and reduce the commercial rates differential. Whereas if we do not pass that, we will just reduce the rate overall, which will reduce commercial rates as well as residential rates.
Correct. We'd be rating everyone in accordance with the rating policy and then refunding effectively the commercial sector that amount from everyone's rates. Depends which way you look at it.
Thank you. Finally, just on the better off funding. So if we were to use this money for the water funding, which you've said you think is imprudent because it's short-term one-off funding, would that mean that we wouldn't be able to use that money for the social housing support, which is what was supported in the papers, that if we wanted to do anything additional on social housing in response to the mayoral task force, we might have to find further funding for that? Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. So if you continue to use the better off funding to offset Wellington water OPEX pressures, you won't have that funding available in the same amount to do other things with it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's just back about Circa. There was a comment made that the council didn't do a very good job of explaining the process to Circa, and I'd just like to understand that a bit more and why that happened.
I'm happy to share the process with councillors. It's quite long, Fleur, and actually I think we've recently documented that process fully to understand how we navigate the Whālei proposal through. So it is quite complex, particularly with waterfront projects.
So it's because it's a waterfront, it's the process.
Yeah,
and what happened? Why didn't we tell Circa properly?
Look, as I said, we've just fully documented that process for the Whālei proposal, and I think the officer who initially engaged with Circa did the first step in the process right, but they never said, actually, there's all these other things that we'll need to follow. And that's the purpose of our meeting on Friday, to really explain that to them. Yep.
But isn't Circa quite different to the Whālei, given the Whālei's not there yet and Circa's a well-established institution and building on the waterfront? Isn't it actually very, very different?
In terms of scale, it is obviously quite different, you're right, but it's still, it will require a new lease, an increase in their footprint. It will, I can't, it's likely to require a notified resource consent. It could require public consultation. So those are all things that are various steps in that process with waterfront projects.
Okay. And I guess my final question just is, being a councillor for a while and seeing various projects come and go, like sometimes there's huge enthusiasm and a massive amount of urgency, like at Te Whaia, officers were all over it, we were getting last minute things. With this, there seems to be some reluctance and almost a little bit of cynicism towards them in the emails. What?
I don't think, I'm sorry if that's the perception we've given Circa. I think.
Well, that's my interpretation, not theirs, to be clear.
Okay. I think initially when they approached us, as I said, we suggested they provide their concepts and get some feedback on them, and that was definitely the first step in the process. But I don't believe we ever explained the full process, and I think there are two decisions here for council. One is from a landowner lease perspective. Once we're comfortable that the proposal fits within the waterfront framework, and what they might require in terms of any engagement or consultation around the project. They've done some initial engagement with immediate kind of neighbours around what they're proposing to do, and that's very positive. And generally the second decision is, so that's council's had as a landowner. The second one is as a funder, and generally we're looking for some slightly different boxes to tick, and that's understanding the business case. And that's really important when it's a ground lease, because ultimately, and we're an investor as well at that point, because if we don't fully understand the risks of them doing that development and how it works from a financial perspective, then ultimately it will sheet home or could sheet home to us. A good example, or with this building and this site, was the last time a project happened on this building, it cost council quite significantly because of the ground conditions. It was contaminated with asbestos. So those are some other complexities with the waterfront. Anything you do there requires a good understanding of geotech and contamination.
I guess I don't understand why you're so happy and desperate to buy Wellington Indoor Sports and where that was located, and there was huge enthusiasm and urgency, and we got information at the last minute, but Circus seems to fit into a different category in the minds of officers, and I don't see the distinction. I don't see what rational basis you have to treat them quite differently.
Could I just make a comment through you, Chair? I'd just like to say that if there is a perception that staff are treating different organisations in a different way, that is unfortunate. But I do not believe that is the case here. I just think the circumstances case by case are different. So if there is a suggestion that the staff are giving advice on the basis of reluctance rather than our desire to ensure the project is successful, then I need to say that I don't think that's fair or correct.
I might address that in debate, because it has been my impression, and especially in relation to the Newtown Working Men's Bowling Club. But I guess I do want to understand, why is this different? Why aren't we suggesting a different
question has been asked and answered.
I've got one more question.
Okay, let's move on to that.
Which is, what will you do, what will officers do if, despite your advice that we shouldn't pass this, we pass this 23B? Will work happen consistent with the resolution? So I know that it doesn't say for the work to happen, but it says that the funding will be set aside. So will you work towards an approach which sees the funding set aside as a kind of the basis of which you bring the report in September?
Yes, we're committed to working with Circa and following the correct process. I suppose it's a decision of councils ultimately if they want to signal.
You get what I mean, eh? Are you able in your process? Are you telling us there's no way we can, if you pass that resolution, it doesn't matter, the process is too hard, or will it happen?
No, look, the process is complex, and a project needs to follow that course, because if it doesn't, there's quite significant risk for us, and I suppose I'm advising that I don't feel that if you were asking us to make recommendations today on being a funder, we would provide a report to you on that basis. Normally, as I said, you can bring the two together, and that's probably what I'm recommending, that we bring a paper in the next financial year that hopefully will pick up the landowner lease requirements, and if councillors want to make a funding commitment and do that as part of that paper as well.
I think, did Sarah, you have something to say?
Just from a financial perspective, we can implement the ring fencing of the headroom, because that's what effectively it would be. We can implement that. It's separate to the process that Paul and his team will have to go through with Circa to agree all those steps.
That's how I guess I want to see if this passed, I would want to see the process influenced by the ring fencing. Yep. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
The process will happen regardless. I suppose it is a partnership project, and I suspect like a lot of arts organisations, they don't have a lot of resources, so them having the ability to progress the project in partnership with us, there might be some constraints there for them. And, we do, with other groups who are similar to arts, in the sport and rec space, we will provide some front-end funding to help them with their business case and help them sometimes with their consenting. But again, we have learnt through experience, if you don't have a funding agreement, and if you give that funding at the wrong time in the process, you can spend money that doesn't actually achieve what you would like.
And just my final question, no officer objection to 23A, I assume?
Councillor, we've already got that actually in the substantive and under 23.
Yeah,
it's actually
it's
a double
very
up.
similar. Yeah. So, councillors, I have 3 more on the question list. Sorry, that we might be just pause. I've got 3 more on the question list.
Sorry, just the answer to my question. Whereabouts?
We've got A and 23. Through you, Madam Chair, I think the intention was for 23A and 23B to replace 23 if they are successful.
Yeah, so I'm just checking whether officers support 23A.
Well, it's almost identical to 23. Yeah, it's only adding in the lottery.
The lotteries thing, yeah, which is the key purpose of their submission. Yeah, okay.
So I have three more councillors on the question list. Then we will break for lunch. But we are going to come back at 1 o'clock. So anything you go over the next 5 minutes, you'll break going into your own lunchtime. All right, Councillor Day.
Mine is very quick. It's just around 37A. I don't think we've ever had an amendment that has had officers say that we wouldn't meet our statutory obligations with such a quick kind of, change. So it kind of makes me wonder if the amendment actually is lawful. 37A, whether it should be ruled out of order, just because the fact that actually it completely throws us off our time frame, and that's kind of
I'll take some advice.
Yeah, at lunchtime. Perfect. Sounds good.
Yeah, just a quick one, Paul and Gisela. Is it worth actually putting any money up in this year? I mean, we could just wait for process to go through and then say, yes, we'll put some money in, but for Circa? And if so, how much? Because you were talking about that sort of seeding funding, which I think was where Councillor Pannett was coming from.
It's probably a question for the Circa board, to be fair. I don't know what resources they have available, but as I said, we're committed to working with them. I would just like to respond and to the question that Councillor Fitzsimmons was asking around support for lotteries. I think, again, it's a question at what point in the process does council do that? And I might be incorrect on this, but I think we again have some delegations around making those decisions. So if we were a partner in the funding at that point, then obviously we would certainly support their application to lotteries. And my understanding is most of those decisions sit at our chief executive level.
In terms of my question, really, it's don't know how much and don't know when. Sounds like the answer.
In terms of the overall project?
No, whether it's worth putting anything aside to help them through that first stage of consenting and planning and so on.
Well, the indication we have from Circa with their feasibility study is 50,000. That's what they applied.
So would it be worth putting that kind of sum aside for that purpose?
Well, they've certainly indicated that they will need that kind of support.
So
that's what I'm asking. Be helpful to them. I think, again, it needs to sit in the context of resolving the various issues we're talking through with them on Friday, so that the question of can we press go on consents does occur in the context of
if Councillor Calvert's was 50k instead of 250k, you feel like, that's probably in the ballpark?
I think if that's the intention of the council, that's the natural figure that has been suggested by Circa initially. Yep.
I'll leave that with her to think about.
Okay, and
I was just going to say, I think if that was the intention, it should be targeted and very clear that it's actually to support a feasibility study, as opposed to how Councillor Calvert's resolution or recommendation sits, which is kind of reserving future funding for the project.
And Councillor Calvert.
just of officers. So one of the things I'm hearing from you about the time frame. So would and this would be subject to the committee agreeing, but if I amended that 23B as a report back on progress no later than the 30th of November, is that something that you would, in respect of reporting back, is that something that you'd be a bit more comfortable with?
I think we can certainly report back on progress by the 30th of November, and
Yep.
we're at in the process, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Just on that point, I think there's like a technical kind of challenge with a date like that in terms of the establishment of the new council and whether it falls with a committee and council, etc. But you could say by the end of the calendar year, and that way, you know, you would have a fair chance of landing it within a committee or a council meeting.
Okay, councillors, we are going to break for lunch. Well done. You met your time challenge, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Hello. Hi. So we will now move into debate. Councillor Young, do you want to speak now as seconder, or do you want to? Okay. Does anybody wish to speak on the amendments? Or go to Councillor Fitzsimons and then the Mayor.
Oh, look, I won't be supporting 37A because it's completely unworkable and totally irresponsible. But 23B, on the other hand, I'm really pleased to see Councillor Calvert bringing this funding for Circa Theatre. I think that this will allow the work to take place, safe in the knowledge that there will be some commitment from this council. Obviously, we're not agreeing that commitment. We're just putting it aside. As the Chief Financial Officer, Sarah Hay, described it, ring fencing it. I think this sends a really good message to Circa Theatre. It's consistent with ahotene, and I'm really pleased to be supporting that. If Councillor Calvert hadn't bought it, I would have bought a very similar one myself. So thank you for bringing that.
Mayor Foster. Oh, Councillor Condé, sorry.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Thank you. I just want to say I really support the intention of of the support around Circa Theatre, but I also think it's really important that we follow the processes that are in place for this kind of project. And I certainly share the officer's concerns about the early stage of this project and the risks that are surrounded by, around it. Therefore, I'm just going to say I'm going to be foreshadowing an amendment that would replace 23A and 23B should Councillor Calvert's fail, which would essentially, which has been emailed to all of you, and which would allow for the $50,000 worth of feasibility study to be done by Circa Theatre. So it does allow them to continue to progress and for us to get better information and investigations about what the project is going to be involved, so that we can make a more informed decision about supporting this project once that information becomes available. Councillor Calvert, I guess I would just say that generally you talk to us about process being very important to you, particularly on issues that you oppose. You're constantly critiquing the process, but in this case you seem to not be too concerned about following the process because it's something that you support. So I find that something that I do kind of struggle with. I will also just speak to the other issues. I think, we had quite strong advice that 32 is just not prudent. The most prudent course of action we have in front of us now is to fund the water OPEX demands out of rates so that we have a long-term funding stream, not just for a year or two. It's really important that we are putting ourselves in the best situation given the increased risks that we're facing now around depreciation, which are obviously really an issue on all of our minds. So I won't be supporting 32. I think we've had very strong advice that that's not prudent to spend it in that way. And it's very clear, we've also had clear advice that the better off funding, while it's associated with the water reforms, it is not water funding. There is nothing there that says in the criteria that says this is for water. It's a number of different social projects that could meet that criteria, and I'm comfortable with that. And again, I won't be supporting 37A because I think it's just unworkable. It's also, again, using ratepayers, residential ratepayers to subsidise or cross-subsidise commercial ratepayers, which I think we shouldn't be getting into those conversations until we can have more of a discussion about what the appropriate level of commercial contributions are. At this point, I'm not convinced that we aren't in the right place. And I think we need to have that policy and political conversation, and I'm looking forward to it. So in summary, I will not be supporting any of these amendments. Thank you.
I'll speak briefly. Just to say that I have taken some advice about whether 37A, I probably could rule it out of order because it is not possible, but I'm not going to do that. I think it's better to debate, and I won't be supporting it. I won't be supporting any of these. I do, I'm very sympathetic to the Circa, but I do think we need to have a little thanks. So I'd like to thank Councillor Condé for the foreshadowed motion. That is definitely something I can support. I guess, just to echo Councillor Condé's comments, that throughout this process, the mover of the motions has sort of tried to undermine the annual plan process, which I think has objectively been a relatively good process, and councillors have worked well together, and I'm interested that it's often a thing about fiscal responsibility when it's things that she doesn't agree with, and it's just kind of largesse when it's things that the councillor does support. So I find it very inconsistent, and I also find that this is a little bit of flogging a dead horse, that of a series of amendments at a prior meeting that no other councillors supported, and we sort of feel like it's kind of Groundhog Day and we're going over the same issues over and over again, trying to, I guess it's slightly grandstanding, and because there doesn't seem to be broad support for them around the council table, so it's, just positioning and kind of in a way that's kind of as if the councillor takes no responsibility for our collective decisions and is constantly outside looking and criticising. So I do not enjoy that as a colleague. I don't enjoy it as someone who's interacting with officers, to have their advice interrogated and in such a way it sort of goes beyond what I think is a responsible governor role and into almost borderline, I'm just trying to think of the word, that it's vexatious, basically. So, yeah, those are my comments. Do I have anybody else on speaking order?
Apologies, Chair. Can I just go again, just because I forgot one thing I wanted to say because I'm COVID fuzzy brain?
Yes, you can. Councillor Condon, you go first and then I'll take the Deputy Mayor.
Apologies. Thank you very much. I just also wanted to note formally my objection to the way that Councillor Covett has been using the legal advice that we've had on the differential.
Point of order. I'm sorry. I actually am finding this a little bit difficult.
That's not a point of order, so what's the point of order?
What's the point of order? And Councillor Matthews, I don't want to be critical, but I do find this...
That's still not a point of order.
Offensive then, that it is just a bit too much criticism of a colleague. Can we just...
I'm going to rule it's not. Following, Councillor Condon.
Thank you. I think, Councillor Calvert, you said that you had concerns about significant legal risk, but that is clearly not what the external legal advice says, and we've had advice from staff that that's not what the external legal advice says. And I think that there's been a lot of conversation about us accessing external legal advice recently, and a concern that members of the public have about us not being able to see external legal advice is that staff somehow are going to be weaponising it against us and our ability to make good decisions. But in this case, what I see is that potentially you're weaponising it against democratic decisions that have already been made against this council or by this council, and that you're using the information, representing it incorrectly, and using it to try and undermine decisions that we've already made. So while I always am happy to hear your political point of view, Councillor Covett, and welcome disagreement, I do find that was quite objectionable, and I wanted to particularly note that that is not what the external legal advice says.
Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you. And I just, I will keep this really, really brief because most of what we've been discussing has been well canvassed. Firstly, I always forget to thank the staff. So I have my sincere thanks to the staff.
Speaking on the amendment?
I'm going to speak to the whole lot.
Right.
That's okay. Sorry, I don't need to speak more than once. I do want to thank the staff and particularly our CFO, Sarah. I'm very, very confident in your advice, and I really thank you for the creative thinking you've been doing, thinking outside the box as to how to really position this council in a good space going forward with all the many, many changes that we're facing. And it does take out-of-the-box thinking at the moment because we're not in the normal situation. I really thank you. But not to also to Mr MacArthur and, of course, our CEO and many other members of the ELT team. And those in the next levels below. There's clearly a lot of detail in here, but a lot of high-level thinking as well. I'm not going to be supporting most of these amendments, just because I'm nervous about amendments. I won't be supporting the ones that Councillor Calvert's bringing, but also in terms of some of the changes that have been made, I will support the Enviro Schools funding because I'm convinced that is actually a good use of the Waste Levy Fund. And even if it isn't in our current policy, it seems to be really, really consistent with the intent of that money and how it should be spent, and also has a really, really wide reach across Wellington and even nationally, but across Wellington's what we're dealing with. I'm going to be sticking to the officer advice for the BMX track, so I won't actually be supporting the amendment to make it higher. I realise that most people probably will, but that's my position on that. And that's about it, really. So hopefully, and the only other thing to ask is that because of my conflict of interest around encroachments, which I've declared, can we please take 13 to 20 inclusive separately? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free. I guess just to note, with the BMX, you just have to vote against it because we won't be putting the alternatives. Councillor Young. Well, we got your name on the list. Do you want to talk?
So it's not really about the amendments at all. It's actually about a few other things. All right, then we'll do that.
All right, is there any further debate on the amendment? We'll move to right of reply.
Thank you, and thank you for those who've indicated support already for at least some of the amendments. I think the way this amendment's written is that it's not guaranteed that Circa will get 250k. They could get 30k. They could get 120, they could get 250. What it's signalling is that we will at least ring fence some money aside for them in a show of goodwill. And it's quite clear there that officers will work with them because, yes, I am a process follower, and I absolutely agree that officers need to follow due process. But what this means is because this process has seemed to have taken quite a lot of time and backwards and forwards, and look, you know that they went to the Waterfront Framework Group, the technical advisory group, back last year. So this matter has been going on for quite some time. So this shows that we are committed. We've still got to define how much, and I counsel you against the if this amendment loses, if you go for the 30 or 50k foreshadowed, what happens if that's not enough? What happens, that in itself could be too much as well. We don't really know. So this one gives you the flexibility, doesn't commit us to spending that money on Circa, but it certainly gives them the opportunity to continue to work with officers and for officers to share their process. And given that the next meeting is on Friday after we made this decision, so that gives them that a bit more certainty. So which is good. And look, and I can appreciate some of the comments about 37A. But as you know, I was really surprised that officers were proposing to rescind our previous decision that we made last month to secure funding from the Three Waters Better Reform package for the pipes maintenance, amounting to $4.6 million in next year. So, and if we're really concerned about rates funding that amount of money, why aren't we concerned about the rest of the water infrastructure depreciation that we are not funding? And it's going to be a problem for the next generation, and probably the generation that's coming up over the next couple of years as well. I think, Councillor Condi, you said residential repairs were cross-subsidising commercial. Well, actually, it's the other way around. It's commercial ratepayers are paying far more money. And my point has always been is, fine, if we want to change the rating differential that's specified as 3.25, then let's do it. But let's do it in following the correct process, which is consult on a change to your policy and then make a decision. What we've essentially have done in the annual plan is it's not a consultation. It certainly wasn't identified as a consultation. So, and look, I look forward to that, but like with any policy, we need to do the analysis and the work beforehand before we make an arbitrary decision just because we don't like a figure just to change it. And yeah, and look, there was previous, I thought, oh, should I call a point of order for some of the comments? But I thought it's a political environment, and if people want to make use this to make attacks at me, then so be it. But anyway, so look, I look forward to your support on my amendments, and yeah, and let's vote as soon as.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Calvert. So I do want to note that by the leave of the meeting, which number is it? 23B is changed to be no later than the end of the calendar year. So I'm assuming everybody will be fine with that. That's the report back on the yes, or with that change to the resolution. So I think we will. So and councillors, while we are. By putting more in the substantive, we are going to speed up this process. Voting, we have to be patient with voting. It may take, and so I think we should take all of these separately. So we will go to 23A.
Can we just be clear that that does not, if that one passes and that's the only one that passes those two, it does not replace 23. In other words, we want 23 as well.
Well, that's my problem with the BMX track, and I did actually ask.
Just check that, because Councillor Condi's amendment would keep that in effectively.
I think the BMX track is in the substantive.
Can we?
So 23 is in the substantive. My understanding was that if 23A and B pass, they would replace.
Yeah, if they both pass, it's if only one passes.
If one passes, this can just be added on.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for, yeah. Thank you.
And the other thing to note is that 33, Calvert's email to me, it was that should not be proposed, but that can't really be put as an amendment, so it should just be not voted on at the substantive.
Okay, so 33 will not be put?
Voted on right now.
Okay.
It should be voted on as part of the substantive.
Okay, no. Why?
No.
Can't we just vote against it now? And then it goes?
No, you've got to get it to the...
Okay.
It's not actually...
All right. Okay, so we will... Okay, we're not voting on... Okay, so we'll start 23A.
Which is supporting Circa to work with lottery funding. I just go for it. Yeah.
That is carried. And we now move to 23B. I'm going to put my casting vote against, given that was the initial recommendation in the paper, so represents the status quo in this situation. So that is lost. So we now move to 32. That is lost. And we now move to 37A. Councillor O'Neill? You need some new batteries. And that is lost. Right, so we will now move back. Oh, we go to the foreshadowed. Councillor Condie.
Thank you, Chair. Hey, I might need a little bit of advice because I think the wording for the foreshadowed motion had something about that was different to what 32A, which passed. Can we just get some resolution about that so that I'm not moving something that's opposite or... regarding the lotteries grant application?
I think, Councillor Condie, if you just put 23D.
I'm happy to...
I don't know what the number will be, but it's the second point.
Right.
It's the one we need to vote on.
Excellent. I think we've already discussed this quite a lot, so I don't really feel the need to speak extensively about this. Are you all right, Chair, if I save my substantive for after this and I just move the motion?
And do you have a seconder, Councillor Condie?
I understood maybe Councillor O'Neill or Councillor Foon.
Okay, paper, scissors, rock, you two.
We've just had a chat. I'm going to second it.
Councillor O'Neill, seconder. Is there any debate to this?
I'll just briefly state that it is not lost on councillors the amazing value Circa Theatre gives to the Wellington scene. It provides vibrancy to quite a thriving part at night and during our nighttime economy. And my reasons for not voting for the lump sum in the previous one were around, I guess, fair process. Every single councillor around this table has heard about how difficult it is to get a new consent on the waterfront, and my relationship working with Whale Malai, I think the best place to start is a feasibility study. So I'm really happy to recommend to committee that we set aside 50k funding and allow that process to be started.
Any other debate, councillors? No? Okay, we will put that. And that is carried unanimously. So we now move back to the substantive, and Councillor Paul would like to speak.
Oh yeah, kia ora. Well, I just wanted to speak about the city housing component of the annual plan, and I just wanted to start by extending a real heartfelt thanks to our tenants who will be watching this, especially to Rosalina Ngākopu, Debbie Port, Brett Rawnsley, Mary Hobbs, Peter Hooper, the IRRS for All campaign, and all of the people who have come and spoken to us, but especially our tenants. Pfizer didn't come and speak to us at the hearings, but she is part of the campaign. It was really, really heartening to see the proportion of tenants reflected in this consultation. And so I want to say a massive thanks to the City Housing team, especially Angelique, for all of the awesome drop-in sessions that you put on, and I managed to make it to a few of those, and they were really good. I want to thank Councillor Day and Fitzsimons for all of their mahi, and it was really heartening to hear all of the tenants talking about how the affordable rent limit subsidy has had a good impact on their life, and the rent freeze as well has eased the burden of uncertainty around this whole corridor as well. And I also wanted to thank Councillor Calvert for her activism on the issue as well. I think city housing, social housing and public housing are a really key part of solving the housing crisis, and I'm glad that we're having this conversation. And as part of the task force mahi, I'll admit before we went into that I was pretty against chips because, you know, I guess first instance, it's something that's come out of the key government as a way to prevent the state from directly intervening in the housing market. So I was pretty suspicious of that, but I think after hearing from people who run chips and are experts in housing and listening to tenants that this is definitely something that we have to explore, and it's clear to tenants that no matter the structure, the thing that's most important to them is affordability, the ability to, pay their rent every week and put food on the table for their whānau. It's about the quality of their housing and making sure that that meets healthy home standards. We know half of our portfolio has not been upgraded yet. It's about security of tenure and knowing they won't be moved on, and the ability to stay in their communities. So I guess we'll get to have a more fulsome debate in August about it all, but I think the key thing is we've got to listen to the tenants, and there is no point in being stubbornly ideological if the current, if we know that people or some councillors are not willing to put rates funding or debt funding onto city housing, because then you're just setting it up for failure, because this is going to take a long time to set up. Looking forward to debating it more fulsomely in August. The two things I'd say and signal now that I'd hope to see in August is I would really like to see some information about removing the market rent structure for existing tenants. The introduction of market rents was a massive part of the kind of neoliberal shift in the 80s, and I think if we removed that and gave them some kind of an income-related rent, that could be a really strong signal, because there's already an inequity in society between our tenants and kāinga ora and chip tenants who pay significantly different amounts of rent, but we don't want to create an internal further inequity between existing tenants and new tenants who can access income-related rents. The second thing is I'd like us to really explore mana whenua co-governance and ownership. I think Ahuru Mōwai for Ngāti Toa do an excellent job as a chip and provide top services and housing to people, and shout out to Liz who couldn't be here today. So kia ora for that, and thanks for the mahi, and really, really, really looking forward to August and for the task force mahi to come out as well. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Paul. Councillor Young, would you like to go now? I kept you on the list, so.
I thought in alphabetical order. It's always a bummer for me. So just generally a few things I want to say. First of all, I think all of you know that I'm always concerned about increased borrowing, and remembering Aesop's fables and the stories about fiscal prudence, lessons which I feel this council may come to regret that they ignored. So there are a couple of things I want to say. One is about the green buildings. So this is number 21, the Environmental and Accessibility Performance Fund, blah, blah. This is $20 million of corporate welfare, where the council will be acting as judge and jury and providing uncertainty for the sector. We should have stuck with the DCs, thank you, which is much clearer. And I could go into great length as to why this is, but I won't, because we are time constrained. But I think we will come to regret this $20 million fund. It's not enough, and it's pulling the wrong levers. I would also say the skateboard park is not a priority. We're already having to look at the BMX thing that needs upgrading. We can't keep on doing new things. We've got to maintain what we have and be realistic about how many things we can look after. And finally, yes, you'll be pleased to know it is. The rating differential, I am very concerned about this, that we are killing the golden goose. Our commercial ratepayers, we have the highest rating differential in New Zealand. So I can't support it. I think we are picking the pockets of commercial property owners. We have given no good reason why they should suddenly be paying a higher percentage. And they are subsidising the city, which is fine, but now they're doing it to excess. I think we should be setting this on the rate of who benefits rather than whose pockets we can pick. The bigger investors will leave Wellington. I spoke to one property developer yesterday who said to me he's actively considering it, and it'll leave the mum and dad investors behind who can't relocate quite so easily. So we know businesses are under enormous pressure because of COVID, the traffic light settings, the protest blockade, increasing production costs, inflation, interest rates, blah, blah, and now we're doing this to them. It's a terrible time when businesses are struggling so hard and so much. And I think they need our support. We should be helping businesses, not hindering them with costs. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Debutante Young.
I haven't got my dress anymore, but it was
a great story anyway. Mayor Foster.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I just want also to start with thanking all of our staff for all the hard work that's gone into getting us to this point. And there's quite a number of different parts. Obviously, it's the annual plan, but there's also particularly, I wanted to say thank you to the team who've been involved, both from the solid waste perspective in terms of the work that's been done around the landfill, and in terms of all the work that's been done around our city social housing, with a lot of the negotiation being done with the Crown as well. That is really, really appreciated. I'll come back to those two shortly. Chair, you talked about us listening in this, and I think we have. Particularly, I think we've picked up, as you said, a number of the responses to the community. I am pleased with the way in which we've responded to Circa. I think it is important that we do send a message that we're supporting Circa. I think that we're doing it in a disciplined way, taking the officers' advice about the process. I'm comfortable with that, and I think we were all picking numbers a little bit out of the air, but officers were saying 50k, and so I'm comfortable with that approach and a good process sitting behind it. In terms of the encroachments, actually, it was really interesting. A number of us went to a meeting, and I know there's been quite some good feedback from encroachment holders. It was a very rich meeting in the sense of, real diversity of experiences that people have. And what's very, very clear is that in the encroachment space, one size does not fit all, and I think it's really appropriate that we take that little bit of a step back. You might recall that I said I wasn't particularly comfortable with a 100% increase right at the front end. 50 might have been a better bet. They're both a bit arbitrary anyway, but 100 did seem a lot. But I think that there are quite a number of areas that I think we do need to look at, and I think that that's really good that we've got those recommendations in there to say, let's have another look. I'm interested in those areas, as I probably made clear in my question to Mike Mellor about balconies and verandas, but also, we had a one person at a meeting who said, look, my encroachment used to be a bank that looked like this, which is value will be next to nothing to anybody else. They cut the bank out, create a platform for a garage, and then we charge them for it. It's those kind of things. I think that kind of feedback is very valuable. Second one, Councillor Young, I agree with you about the Environmental Accessibility Fund. To me, that just doesn't feel right, and I'm going to vote against that one as well. I took that there was some support for that, but it just feels to me an unnecessary luxury at this stage, and 20 million is 20 million. What's driving our budget overall? There's very little here which is extra, other than that 20 mil. There's very little which is extra, and I thank both the community and us for not being too extravagant there. But what's driving it, and if you look back at the pre-election report from then Chief Executive Kevin Lavery, we were looking at 6.2% today, and that we've got a more extensive CapEx program now than we had then. We had COVID stuck on top of that. The inflation rate is certainly not at the 1 and a bit percent that we were facing then. We're now at we're not that far above inflation, even with the number we're looking at, and interest rates have obviously gone through the roof as well, or rising rapidly. So we've had to absorb all of those costs to get to where we are. It's not about us, throwing money around willy-nilly. In terms of rates, Councillor Calvert, you said that businesses are saying don't charge us anymore, and I took that also from Councillor Young. We're not charging them anymore. It's charging the same proportion of the rates that they were paying before. So if residents are going up 8, so the commercial sector. So the amendment you should have moved, if you really we're going to be serious about that, is we want the residential rate to go up by 11 or 12, and the commercial rate by 4. That's the honest one you should have gone for, and then I think we could all go, yep, we can vote for that or not vote for that. And then I want to finish off just with housing and the landfill. Housing, Tam, thanks for your, Councillor Paul, thank you for your comments there. It's very clear, as I've said before, we have a real problem. We've known that for a while. I've got to actually just check exactly when we had that graph of doom, which is very clear that we had to do something. Previous councils didn't want to do that, and I think that was the point you made, Councillor Paul, was about philosophy. And I think philosophy actually has penalised both the council and our tenants. If we'd started when we should have started, if we'd started when Christchurch had started with Otatahi, they are getting close to 50% of their tenants now on income-related rents. And it's that message that says, if the best time to plant a tree was 5 or 6 years ago, the next best time is today. And so I just want to say again, councillors, I've said it before, congratulations for the courage and actually putting aside, particularly those of you who it's a philosophical issue, putting that aside and saying what's best for our tenants, what's best for the city, and what's best also for getting more housing built, because the model we've got at the moment, we can't build more social housing without it just costing us even more. So what we've got through the budget is a first step. It's only a first step, and there's more work to be done, but we have to take that first step. And so I just want to say thank you, everybody, for getting us to that point of taking that first step. On the other bit is, a chip is not privatisation. Anybody who says it's privatisation, it's not. I mean, you talked about, you know, having mana whenua involvement. The Aotearoa model's got community involvement in various different organisations, which you'd look at and say, they are not privateers. And the council's still involved with it. And the model is not actually giving away the asset either, it's leasing it. So for all those reasons, it is not privatisation. And what do we want? We want quality, affordable housing, and we want to be in a position that we can actually build more of it. And finally, the landfill, I just want to say, I think this has been a really good process as well. I think we've got a pragmatic solution. We are trying to drive to reduce the amount of waste that goes into that landfill. If officers are comfortable with the wording, Councillor Foon, that you've added, that's fine by me as well. And that's the clear message, and that's the clear message which I think has come from that Community Working Party, who I think have been very pragmatic, and I thank them all for that work as well. So happy to second the motion.
Councillor Day.
Kia ora. I'd like to begin by thanking the Chair for her mahi through the annual plan process. Having been the Chair of the Annual Plan Committee, it's a bit of an epic journey, and you know, it's a learning journey for you on the way. You've done an excellent job with keeping us informed, and I know working hard with the staff, and I want to acknowledge the team who have led this process, because I think it's been pretty fantastic, and hearing and seeing the engagement through the process is very encouraging, and it shows that our community is wanting to talk to us, and particularly want to acknowledge the mahi that went on with City Housing and making sure that we had actually a really good turnout in what we thought was a pretty challenging time for people to come and engage with us. And I do want to start with the City Housing and acknowledge the whole team who have been working on this challenge for quite some time, and the work that they've done to constantly be thinking about the options and the opportunities, and how we carry this through in a way that keeps our tenants and our future tenants at the forefront. And I do just want to acknowledge that, you know, that we can't lose sight of the fact that we have people living in our city who don't have a permanent home, and you know, we need more housing. We desperately need more housing, and I'm encouraged by the fact that that's the message that our government is sending to us, is that they want to support us to build more houses. But we mustn't forget our existing tenants, and I really do want to acknowledge and thank them for coming to share with us their experiences on a number of occasions, but also you know, sharing with us even just last week on the impacts of like the ARS and how that has already changed. Debbie shared with us it's changed her situation, which is really good to hear, but we do need to do quite a lot of work to get the message out there that that is available for people. And I want to acknowledge the IRS for All campaign. It's really exciting to see tenants getting a collective voice, and I want to acknowledge particularly Councillor Paul, who I know has been very much right there alongside the tenants. So thank you for your leadership and mahi there. I was also vehemently against a chip when it was first suggested. I thought no councils should continue, because we're very proud as a city of having city housing. But through the process and understanding how it would be structured and how it would work, and hearing particularly how it is going in Christchurch, I realised that we do have to be open to change, and sometimes we have to realise that the structure that we have just isn't working, and it can't work as it is. So I guess if I might take myself out of it, it's got to be about the tenants, and I can see that actually they aren't as concerned about a chip as maybe some of us politicians are. They just want to know they've got a secure home, and actually it's probably arguably safer in the chip structure with a trust around it than it potentially is in a political body like a council, where things can change quite dramatically. And I just want to move on to Enviro Schools. So I guess from my perspective, Enviro Schools is a really important part of what happens in our city. We don't give a heap of funding towards the young people in our community. And young people learning about the environment and developing a growth mindset around environmental response is actually what will lead to the kind of change that we need to care for our environment in the future. And I think it's fairly clear that even though they may not only talk about waste, having a mindset of thinking about the impacts of what we do on the environment will lead to a natural desire to be much more conscious of the way that we produce and use resources. And I think the strength of the EnviroSchools approach being holistic is really important, because actually it's coming from the community, and it has the ability to influence council in its processes as well. And I do want to acknowledge that many young people are experiencing quite significant anxiety as a result of climate change, and that one of the things we need to think about is offering ways to be empowered. And when you get to, I guess, be involved in something that's bigger than you, you start to feel that you can make a difference, and I think that is really important. And I'm also really aware that we don't want to make EnviroSchools have to fit into our boxes. We actually need to think about how we can be creative and make our boxes sometimes fit something which we actually just know is the right thing to do. And I do just want to also acknowledge the issue around the differential, because it has been quite frustrating watching, I guess, the misinformation that has been shared, and what the impact that has on our community, particularly our commercial sector, and putting fear into people when actually it's not the reality that has been shared quite publicly. And I really do believe it is actually scaremongering to tell people that they are going to be paying more in proportion to the residential ratepayers, which we just know is not true. We need to show confidence and support them, but we also just need to acknowledge that the city, to get through this next stage, is going to have to work together and bear that load together, and residents will also be paying more as a result of the changes that we make, but also just the fact that we're going to see some really strange, through the revaluations, people are going to see some strange things happen to their rates bills. So it's a challenging time, but I think the worst thing that we can do is to actually share false information. And the last thing I just want to say is around the landfill extension, I will be supporting those. I am aware Councillor Foon, I want to acknowledge, who has done amazing mahi in this space, but also goes and sits on the Pūroro landfill, was talking to me yesterday about that, and we are having quite a few challenges in our community around the smell from the landfill, which it seems at the moment is happening around the country. But I think it's really important that the community sees that as councillors, when we see all of the information and we hear all these different meetings, we are clearly seeing that we can't keep extending landfills, we can't keep producing rubbish at the rate we are. So it's quite important to say we are heading in a trajectory that is not going to work. So we have to take this very seriously and make sure that we are making every possible decision we can that will reduce our waste. And I also want to acknowledge that the government are obviously trying to address that as well. I do just want to pop back to the city housing one, and just also support what Councillor Paul is saying around partnership and mana whenua, and Te Ahuru Mōwai, who I've seen in our community firsthand, has completely turned around the experiences of tenants in our community who are under their care. And I just think we should be looking at every possible way that we can gather and share and use that knowledge of how to work with our tenants. So, kia ora.
There has been a request, the clock is on, but there has been a request that I ding the bell at 3 minutes. So I want to check in with you. If you want me to start dinging the bell, because I hadn't been doing it so far, raise your hand. No, so I won't. So the discipline is on us. Councillor Pannett.
Thank you, and the warning is heeded. And I'd also like to thank the staff, because this is an enormous amount of work, and Ms Proctor especially, for constructively working with Councillor Foon and myself on the wording of a critical amendment. It's very much appreciated. So look, I just want to make that point again. I think we are in for some very challenging times over the next couple of decades financially, and I think we are going to struggle to get the billions of dollars that we need to fund all the essential work. And so I just get a little bit worried when we say we're going to be all right in terms of our debt cap. And I just want to acknowledge too, not so much from the business perspective, but our increasing rates and fees are going to put families and communities under pressure. like even most of us, even going to the supermarket is starting to become a little bit traumatic at times, but just everything has gone up, and that will just put a number of people under more pressure, irrespective of whether you own a property or not. I'm not going to cut those costs, but I do think we just need to be mindful of that. I'm glad we were able to come to agreement on the wording around the landfill, because this has absolutely been my policy intent that we shut it down, or we at least rationalise. This is the only time I use the word rationalise. The number of landfills that we have, 3 Class 1 landfills in the region. We do not need 3, and we need a pathway. I've been talking to Councillor Foon to get out of that and to move to zero waste, and we are ambitious in this space, and it's good that finally there is some movement from the government on this point. I'd like to strongly defend the Green Building Fund. As someone who actually, with former Mayor Wade Brown, put the DC remission through, I was convinced by officers' arguments that actually it wasn't actually appropriate, because it is really a mechanism for funding growth. So we needed another mechanism. I was relaxed on what it was. I just needed it to be effective. Mayor Foster, you almost got me jumping out of my seat. Human rights and the climate are not luxuries. The reason that Councillor Matthews and I have been strong on this, yes, you did. You did say the word luxury. And the reason that we did this is because people...
Point of order. I said the fund was a luxury. It's a very different thing altogether.
Okay, it's not a point of order. Keep going, Councillor.
No, at a point of order, it's misrepresentation.
Well, then you didn't. Then you need to say that.
Okay, the point of order I make is misrepresentation, because I certainly did not use either of those words that she's just used.
I think it's a reasonable extrapolation for the Speaker to make, actually.
So can I
Keep
just
going,
I will
Councillor.
return to my point, which is that it is an outrage in this country that we still do not have rules which say that all buildings, where possible, I appreciate we've got some historical issues, are not fully accessible. It is unacceptable to say that. And so this fund is a way of addressing that so that buildings are more accessible. In terms of the fact that they are green, that is absolutely critical. You voted, Mayor Foster, through the chair, that there is a climate and ecological emergency, and we need to deal with our building issues. We've put a lot of work into transport, but buildings are absolutely critical. This is only one tool, and we will need to do more. But nevertheless, I strongly support it, and I look forward to seeing even more green buildings or some more retrofits happening. And I would disagree politely with you, Councillor Young, through the chair, that actually there was quite a lot of stakeholder support for this, that people, developers did feel the need for this, and it is a public good, so I think it's appropriate that public money goes in. I'm glad that the chair has accepted my small amendment around the encroachments. I think, yes, I do want to thank Wellingtonians for giving us free public policy advice. They were excellent, and so we've got some good ideas here. But look, it's really critical to me that policy does strongly support now our policies around transport and housing, because actually we could use that land much better, and I think people would accept that if that's the direction we went in. And just the last point, I'm going to talk about the chip, and I am going to express a different point of view, and I won't be criticising any particular individual, but at a systemic level, I am appalled. This is a government that, in opposition, opposed chips and said that the IRRS would be restored to councils, got into power and decided that they wouldn't because councils are bad. Well, just because I'm now old enough, I'd like to remind those of you who weren't around the table at the time of the Key government, where they exited their responsibilities to house tenants of, under the... where they said they would just be a landlord and they would not provide social services. Just be careful about what you wish for. And the reason that local government held the line and was getting awards under this council, getting awards for the social services, the wraparound services that were provided to tenants. Council absolutely needs to be in the game, and really the reason there's a number of reasons why I'm not a fan of this government, but one of them is that there's this constant attacking of local government. It is critical that we have a strong sector, particularly to deal with some of those radical swings in central government policy, but because we understand communities well. I am personally prepared to pay money for this, and I would point out that many other public services are heavily subsidised. We could never have public transport. It just wouldn't be possible without massive subsidies. And just the last point I want to make is that this is not just about ideology. It is about making sure that we have a stable system going forward. And this ridiculous perspective from the government, when we have said that we can, with the money, actually support our tenants properly and build more houses, has been rejected, is actually unacceptable, particularly from a Labour government that says that they care about housing. So I'm deeply disappointed, and I will be voting against most of the recommendations around the CHIP, and I will just tell you at the end, Councillor Matthews, which ones. Thank you.
Oh, looking forward to that. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Look, I just want to start by acknowledging officers, because I know that a huge amount of work has gone on into this annual plan, and I hope that you're getting to have a drink after this. I also want to acknowledge Councillor Matthews for your excellent chairing, and I know that a lot of work has gone on between meetings. I think since I've been here, this annual plan has been the most responsive of the ones I've been involved in, and that is in no short part down to the role that you've played in listening to submitters and making sure that their voices are heard. And I think it does send a great message to Wellingtonians. If you do engage with local government, if you make a submission, if you turn up and make your case, we will take you seriously and we will make different decisions because of it. For me, I think this is about infrastructure and housing, and that's exactly what it should be about. That is what Wellington needs us to be focusing on, and that is what we're focusing on. This annual plan is also focused on resolving long-standing problems that have been festering for quite some time, and I do support the comments of the Mayor that we are actually dealing with a whole lot of matters that other councils have put to one side and put in the too hard basket. And I just want to raise an issue around some of the criticism of our spending on water infrastructure. It's really important to remember we are spending as much on water infrastructure as is possible. The constraint is industry capacity, not council spending. I also want to, just to quickly highlight the CHIP model, and I, like Councillor Day, was quite cynical and concerned about the creation of a CHIP, but actually the process that we've gone through and bringing our tenants on board and engaging with them has been a respectful one. We've shown them dignity and we've listened to them. And I do want to acknowledge Councillor Paul and the work that you've done with the IRS for All campaign, because what that did is it created the momentum for solving the affordability problems facing city housing. And I remember just before the last election, we were about to make some changes and people got worried because it was leading up to an election. Then we went through the rent setting process. We sat down, we heard all the submissions, and again we got cold feet. We didn't like what the answer was going to be. So now, with the support of the tenants, we have momentum to actually solve the problem. And at Indoor Netball last night, a bunch of the tenants came up to me and said that they were so happy about the outcome and the approach that the council had taken, because they felt like they were treated with dignity and treated humanely. And that's how you make good, responsible decisions. And I just want to raise Councillor Pennant that I think it's a real luxury to oppose this without any suggestion about what should be done instead. You talked about the cost of living increases facing people because of rates increases, so you can't have it both ways. You can't say, I'm not going to do this, I'm worried about cost of living increases, but we should fund it through rates. I totally agree with Councillor Paul that it is not the time to be stubbornly ideological. That is irresponsible. We are playing with people's lives. And finally, I just want to comment on the Enviro schools. Really support this. The Grants Committee has been saying for a while that we'd like officers. In fact, I just signed the minutes when we put up an amendment asking officers to work with Enviro schools. They are an established group. I know Councillor Pennant in the past has been very supportive of the council working with them. They are recognised in our children's strategy. We already fund them. And the money that we spend on educating young people about the impacts of climate change and how they can make a difference in their lives and in the world is always money well spent. Thank you.
Councillor Condi. Hi.
Hi, kia ora. I will be very brief. I want to just quickly second their comments about the Enviro schools. I really support this going forward. My kids were at Enviro schools preschool, and so they learned from when they were 3 years old. It was all composting and everything about what they could do with their waste. And I've found that a lot of that waste minimisation is some of the most visible stuff that Enviro schools gets into, and it's often one of the first things they do when they get into a school. So I think it's really appropriate for it to be coming out of that source of money. I only want to also talk about the Environmental and Accessibility Fund. I think those of us who were on regs had this experience that the DC policy, the exemption, was really not working. It wasn't in the spirit of what the development contributions policy is for. It was not actually very transparent, and people didn't really know about it. So I think this proposal came as a way to address the very real concerns we had about how the development contribution policy was working. So I very much support taking out that exception from the development contributions policy, and I think putting this fund in its place is the price that we have to pay for that. And so I think we need to. I will be supporting this, and I would ask and encourage others to support this. If for no other reason, just then to tidy up our development contributions policy so that it is fit for purpose, because I think it's much more appropriate for this to be a separate grant fund like this. It's much more visible, it's much more transparent, and I think we can also review it in future, and after we've had it running for a couple of years, we can see how it's going, and we will be able to make more informed decisions about its future. But I do think that this is a much more appropriate way of funding this outcome that we all support, and I'm very glad that it will be coming out of the development contributions policy. And with that said, I try to echo a lot of what has already been said. I've got a sore throat, so I won't keep going on it. I'll just say thank you to all the staff, to the Mayor and to the Chair who have been working really hard on this. We appreciate you.
Councillor Calvert.
Actually, I don't think I'll bother speaking. I'm just repeating basic information. So.
Councillor Foon.
Kia ora and much tautoko to a lot that's been said, and really do want to thank officers, and I do agree this has been a really great process, not as nerve-wracking as the prior ones that I've been through, so I thank officers and the Chair for that. Really excited about what we've got in front of us, particularly around Maherehere regeneration, library fees, reversal, better encroachment management, and really thank the officers for the creativity around the water depreciation surprise. That could have been quite hairy toward the end. I want to thank Councillor Calvert for bringing her amendments for Circa, and I'm happy where we've ended up. I'm in full support of funding Enviro schools. There is no better investment than investing in the education of our young people who actually end up leading their parents on the pathway to environmentalism. It is a dollar well spent. And I really do support the Environment and Accessibility Fund. Look, it's 2.8 million per annum on average, and actually we're looking to deal with 34% of our emissions. So it's really important that we get into our stationary energy and built infrastructure space. Of course, I do want to have a little rave on the waste. I'm not looking at the time, but
I am.
This has been a really complex issue. I came into council and we were going to extend our landfill for 25 years right up under the back of Kerry's Gully, which is now an asset both for tourism, for recreation, for well-being, and we've managed to find another solution. So I do want to thank all of the officers, both those that have been here and those going forward, because this has been quite a critical pathway to navigate. I never thought that I would be supporting a landfill, but I'm going to support the landfill extension piggyback option today. And I'm doing that actually on behalf of our community, because particularly those in Te Aroa and Brooklyn and Uwhiuro Bay, and they are the ones that are actually shouldering the city's waste. And what the amendments that we're bringing forward to you today, they have a vision. They want to see us using that landfill only when we really need it. And so by slowing down the the process. So if we choose the piggyback option, we've got the opportunity to build in circular economy systems that we're going to need in the future. We know that you can reduce waste in other landfills by 70%, so there is no reason why we can't slow down the rate that we are filling our landfill, and that's what this is about. We also need to know that while these communities shoulder the 100 trucks per hour going up Brooklyn Hill, a lot of waste that falls out of trucks and trailers, that no Cover Your Load campaign can actually stop. That and the noise and the environmental degradation that this community puts up with. I think that they have been most gracious at going with us on this, but they are the ones that are asking for us that this is our final landfill extension. So I am asking you councillors to support this today, and that there was no way we were going to extend our landfill without going alongside a serious waste minimisation plan, and that's what we've got coming up. So please support this community. Otherwise, the other option could be that we have lots of little landfills in each community, so we can each watch how much waste we're putting out and hold each other to account. Maybe one in Kandala next to the pool. We can use the waste to energy to heat it. But I mean, you know, these communities really are shouldering that at a lot of pain for us. That's the point I want to make. I really do want to talk about the housing a little bit. This has been, actually this is the one that's really kept me awake at night. And I really want to acknowledge our team and just acknowledge the energy that they are putting both into our tenant support and supporting our assets. And I've been blown away. It's been a privilege to be going into the consultations. It has been amazing to witness the beautiful communities that are in our housing. I came away feeling so proud and humbled. And actually what we want to see is that this is more normalised, and that it is the right of people to not have to own their own home, and that actually we might be able to change that up. It's not a big deal that we might free up our family homes and go and live in social housing so that our young people can actually take over when they are having their families and doing what they need to do. That's where we need to get to with public housing. I've also seen that austerity didn't work, and that over the first 2 years I was in council where we were trying to shrink our spending on housing, all it did, I believe, is come back in our face. And that when I've seen how, when we're looking after our assets, like making the place nice to live and investing in our tenants and making sure their well-being is top, that comes back to us as a city and a society. And so for me, when we get to August, I think we need to look really carefully at how we're going to support our existing tenants. And we need to be brave, and we need to really think about the well-being of our whole city through investing in our own tenants. And I do want to say that actually I think our service we've been providing is damn good. It's not broken. It's a real bummer that we have to change it up. So there you go. Thank you.
All right, well, we are nearly there, colleagues. So I just want to make a couple of tiny little points in right of reply. First of all, strong support for the Accessibility and Green Building Fund. My aim in life is to never see another story about a wheelchair user who can't find somewhere to live. And there's been one this week, and I think, you know, in various ways, including through this fund, council is kind of using the levers that we can to try and avoid that future and actually make sure that we have good, accessible, medium density housing. And also just very briefly on Enviro Schools, one of the things that makes me really uncomfortable about the way that we've been funding is that it's forcing people onto part-time and temporary contracts. And actually, this is passion work. The people that are doing it but that doesn't mean they should be rubbish jobs. And so I think that change to the substantive as crafted by Councillors Fitzsimons and Day, I think does change that and will make it a more even better job for people who are doing that important mahi. I failed to acknowledge the City Housing team and the Waste team, and thank you so much. And also the engagement team, who, you know, unsung heroes. I don't know if anybody's here, but I'll just say yay for you. And thanks to all the colleagues, my colleagues, for a great discussion. The voting may take a wee bit of time. We're going to go through section by section and see what people want to take separately in each section. Some sections we can just do on block, I hope. So we will start that. So all of that, yes. So do people, I guess the city housing, some people want to take some of those separate, so we'll just do point 1 first of all. Yeah. Councillor Condi, if you're there, could you please vote? Oh, look. We're nearly there, Jenny. That's unanimous. We all are in favour of information. Right. So what do you want taken separately? Councillor Pannett?
3, 4, 5, 7 and 8 are the ones I'll oppose, and the other ones I'll vote.
So we can take them all together? 3, 4 the ones you're opposed? 3, 4, 5, 7 and 8?
Yeah, they'll be fine, but I don't know if anyone else wants.
So I don't think anybody else indicated that they wanted anything else taken separately, so we'll do 2 and 9 first, and then all those others. Just wait for it. Oh yeah, sorry. I'll tell jokes in between.
6 as well, so 2, 9 and 6. 2, 6, 9.
2, 6, 9.
Yeah.
Can't think of any jokes.
That's how you do well.
Someone get Councillor O'Neill's new batteries. Councillor Day. Okay, that's carried unanimously. And now those other numbers. We're going to vote on those other numbers.
5, 7, 8, yep.
3, 4, 5, 7. 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. There's one every time. All right, that is carried. Right. Then we move on to the Southern Landfill.
So we've got 10 and 11, then we've also got 44.
Okay, so we
can do those.
Well, let's just do 10 and 11 while we're here.
And then the other ones are later on, so I'm getting a bit confused about the number.
Yeah, the other ones are later on. 10, 11. Councillor Calvert. That's carried unanimously. All right, now, encroachments. Is there anything that anybody would like to take separately? 12 through 20. Oh, she's away. She's not voting, yeah. That's carried unanimously. Right, so now we move on to the Environmental and Accessibility Performance Fund. Oh, hang on, let's go. So can we just do let's do 21 and 22 together?
We can do them all individually. We are ready for that.
So so 21 and 22 individually. 21 today. It's debutante young. And I've seen the photographic evidence of debutante young. She looks just as lovely as she does now. Right, so, Councillor Day, okay. That is carried. Okay, and we will now vote on 22. Councillor Day. Repeat offender. Okay, that is carried unanimously. Right, can we do the circa ones together? What? People just calling out random numbers to be distracting now. So should we do 23A and 23D together? Well done, Councillor Day. Oh. It's carried unanimously. Okay, let's go down. Okay, so 24. Aren't we all broken? That is carried. 25. We just voted on Enviro Schools. Did you vote the wrong way? Well, you did.
We have vote again if you want. I can also record it as a vote again.
We'll just record your vote as a vote against.
For this for division, so.
So this is BMX? That's carried unanimously. Right, so what would people like, anything taken separately in these next series? Okay, so what ones do you want taken separately? 33? 32, 33, 34? We'll get that far. So shall we do up to 32? Can we do 26 to 31 inclusive? Okay. Councillor Fitzsimons, Councillor Foon. We believe you. That is carried unanimously. So let's do, and these ones I'm assuming separately, So can we do 32 and 33 together? Okay. Councillor Phone. Okay, that is carried. So 34. What is 35? Oh, yeah, 34. Mayor Foster? Good. Yeah. Can we do a bunch? Can we do a bunch together? 35 separately, or 35. 35 to. Anybody see? Oh, do you want to do 37 separately? Anybody wants to do anything. Do you want 37 separately? Okay, so let's do 35 and 36. Oh yeah, that's the bowling club. No, but it did pass. Yeah. Okay, 37. Tam wants to be in the cool kids club. All right. So, and now 38 to 41. Oh, actually. Oh, yeah, 38 to 41. Nobody wants to take, you can't take them separately. Well, you can, but 38 to 41. Okay, right. So we'll just do it in the order that we. Okay, so we'll do 42 and 43 together, and then we'll move on to the waste ones. Councillor Foon. Okay, and does anybody want to take any of these waste ones separately? 44. You want to do 44 separately, then we'll do the rest? Okay. Our intention.
I'm okay with that.
Just 44. It is carried. Now we will do 45 through 48. That's.
Wow, forward program and actions.
Oh yeah, we've still got to do the forward program and actions. We didn't have 50, sorry.
Stand the full program on.
Woohoo! All right, so we will take the forward program and actions tracking together. And Stephen, is there anything you would like to say?
We've got a 2-hour PowerPoint. No, I just. The forward program on the 30th, we have got the annual plan and long-term plan amendment coming back post-audit, and then council immediately afterwards does the adoption. So that's pretty straightforward. And in terms of the action tracking, everything's on track.
Do I have a seconder? The Mayor put his hand up first, so he and I will move it. So we'll vote on 49 and 50. 50. Congratulations. We'll just stand. Oh, thank you, everybody. Thank you for the team. Great meeting. Done. Unuhia, 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 ki te uru tapanui. Kia wātia, kia mama, te nāko, te tinana, te wairua. I te ara takatū. Koia rā e runga, whakaaria yaki ki runga. Kia wātia, ai rā kua wātia. Thank you.